I see that there are 4 council members present: Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek, and Evan Clapper. Are there any other council members on the Zoom that I have not seen? It is 4 o'clock. And I am opening this Grand County Municipal Building Authority regular meeting. Present are Greg Halliday, Commissioner, Mary McGann, Commissioner, Gabriel Wojtek, Commissioner, Evan Clapper, Commissioner. We have our Clerk Auditor, Quinn Hall, our Assistant Administrator, Mallory Nassau, and do we have Chris Baird?
Yeah.
Chris Baird, County Administrator. First order of business is the approval of October 6th, 2020 Municipal Building Authority Special Meeting. Do I have a motion?
Mary, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of October 6, 2020 Municipal Building Authority Special Meeting.
Thank you, Greg. Motion by Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel. Discussion. Jaylynn Hawks has joined, Commissioner Jaylynn Hawks has joined the meeting. Seeing not, since there are no discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. There are no presentations, no discussion actions. Our approval items are approving the construction contract award and issuing notice to proceed for the construction of the new EMS facility. Chris Baird, Commissioner Administrator, and Andy Smith, EMS Director. Thank you.
All right, so I'll turn this over to Andy here pretty quick, but earlier in the year, we'd approved a design assist style of contract. And so the construction contract is being proposed to be awarded to Hogan Construction. And this is one of the final elements that we have to do, is to award this construction contract and then issue a notice to proceed. And we should be ready to close on the loan and the grant from CIB. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Andy Smith, who's the director of the EMS Special Service District.
Thank you for allowing me to bring this to you, to the commission today. So as Chris noted, this is kind of the final step. This is the issuance of the construction agreement and with Hogan Construction. And then also it has the issuance of what's called the notice to proceed, which is pending CIB closing and commission administrator approval before that finally gets issued. But we wanted you folks to see the notice to proceed form and everything that goes along with that. So this is kind of the last few steps that we need to get that loan closed, which we're hoping to be able to do that before the end of the month.
Mary, you're muted.
Thank you. Commissioner Curtis Wells has joined the meeting. Thank you, Andrew. Andy, do we have any questions for Andy?
No, but I could make a motion for you.
Okay, a motion would be in order. Thank you.
I move to approve the notice of award and the construction contract with Hogan Construction for the EMS building project and issuing the notice to proceed upon CIB bond closure and final approval by the county.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do I have a second? Thank you, Jaylynn. I have a second by Jaylynn Hawks. Any further discussion? Since this is a money issue, I think we should have a roll call vote. Greg Halliday,
Aye.
Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Curtis Wells,
Aye.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Jalen Hawks,
yes,
Mary McGann, yes, passes unanimously. Getting back to my agenda. Okay, we do not have a public hearing. We have no future considerations, and a closed session is not necessary. So I will adjourn this meeting of the Municipal Building Authority. And we will move to Thompson Springs. I will open this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrative Control Board, regular meeting. The time is 4:06. Present on the commission are Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek, Jalen Hawks, Evan Clapper, Curtis Wells. And we also have, as far as staff, we have Chris Baird, administrator, Mallory Nassau, assistant administrator, and Quinn Hall. Okay, we call to order. Citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
yes. Who is this? State your name.
My name is Matthew Neeson.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And it's what's that?
go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about agenda item F, if now's the appropriate time for that.
We are in the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. We have not opened the regular county council meeting yet.
Okay,
You
I'll
have
hold off.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will move to approval of minutes. Approval of October 2020 minutes.
Mary, I can make a motion here.
Thank you, Greg.
I move to approve the minutes of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrative Control Board regular meeting for October 20th, 2020. Yeah.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Evan Clapper, second. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, raise your hand or say aye. Aye. All opposed? None. Passes unanimously. We are to new business presentation and adoption of the tentative 2021 Thompson Springs Special Fire Service Fire District budget. Chris Baird.
All right, so as we're gonna have to do at the county commission meeting, this is the point in time where the executive staff are passing the budgeting torch over to the legislative side, which is the board. And so we have a proposed tentative budget for 2021 for Thompson Fire, set at 28,170 total. And this is still subject to change until we approve it. May have to do an adjustment for 2019 because I believe that Mark would like to purchase a generator. They've got about 19,000 in their fund balance. So by the time we adopt this, we'll probably have to show pulling whatever the cost of that generator is into the budget and then the expense side as well. But other than that, I'll leave it up to Mark to discuss if there are any other issues or changes. I think it's roughly the same as it always is.
Mark, do you have any comments?
No, it looks good. What Chris sent me looks real good.
Thank you. Are there any?
Mary, I could make a motion here if you'd like.
Yes, thank you.
Move to approve the adoption of the tentative 2021 Thompson Springs Special Service District budget.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Evan. Seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion. This would be a roll call vote. Greg Halliday,
Aye.
excuse me, Curtis Wells,
Aye.
Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Jalen Hawks,
Yes.
Mary McGann, yes, passes unanimously. That we do not have any old businesses or future consideration or public hearing. We have reached the end of our agenda, so I shall adjourn this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. The time is 4:11. I will open the Grand County Commission's regular meeting. The time is 4:11. Present are Jalen Hawks, Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek, Evan Clapper, and Curtis Wells. Administrator Chris Baird and Assistant Military Mallory Nassau. Our county clerk Quinn Hall, and I believe I saw our county attorney Christina Sloan. Have I missed any? And Renee Baker. Are there any other county employees on the meeting? Okay, there is none. We will begin. I would entertain a motion to move presentations to before citizens to be heard, so we can better use Brady's time. Does
So moved, Mary.
so moved? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. We will do citizens to be heard right after our update from Southeastern Utah Health Department. Thank you, Brady.
Good afternoon, council members. Thanks for inviting me to be on. And I'm, all things considered, happier to report that Grant County is in a better position than it was the last time I was on, and frankly last week. The number of positives that we have seen coming from citizens of the county has dropped quite a bit over the last week, and that is with a steady rate of testing. So our percent positivity which was hovering around 15-16%, is now at about 8.5 or 9%, which is a good trend and one we hope will continue. Based on the fact that Grant County was in the high risk last week, it will continue for at least one more week as those metrics are evaluated. And frankly, apart from the percent positivity, the county metrics met the guidelines for high this week, but again, we're trending in the right direction. So hope to have that change potentially in the next couple of weeks. We have been able to continually make more testing available outside of the hospital situation. They are still been very on top of that, but we're happy to report that some other agencies are receiving those tests that facilitated good testing availability throughout the county, and to some of our populations that may be resident populations, whether that's in a long-term care facility or in a detention center, prison type situation, or whatever that may be. However, on a state level, obviously the numbers have been very alarming. Carbon and Emory County have been rapidly increasing their numbers as well. And so I will say there is a discussion of what potential additional changes may happen, policy changes may come down from a state level, whether in the next couple of days or if they set a hard and fast number. For example, if the state hits X number of cases in a day or over the course of several days, then I know that there have been discussions about if something more needs to happen than this high, medium, and low risk levels. And certainly that will come down from multiple sources if that happens. I will say we have had our PIO sending out nightly emails. We need to decrease the amount of times that we send that out per week, and gotten rates have increased so much. The first answer is that data will still be available daily on our website, but what most people see is a 3 or 4 line email with an update, and what they don't realize is, ironically, that it takes hours of work each day to get that finalized to where that needs to be. And I have staff right now that is pretty tapped out with what's going on at the moment. So there's some things we're going to have to pull back on just in terms of delivery of that sort of information, where it's still available, but presenting it in a different form for now, while we are, as are many agencies, but pretty much all day dealing with cases, investigations, and the impacts of quarantine on business and schools and such. So you may not see those nightly updates, though the website will be up to date. So that's a pretty quick and dirty situational update. One positive part, again, that relates to Grant County is that we continue to see that our cases in Grant County are generally fare better than the cases in Carbon and Emery County. I couldn't tell you exactly why. I wish I knew, but that has been borne out in the number of hospitalizations, and just kind of on an anecdotal level, as we speak with these individuals, certainly we've had some that have been sick and in bed for days. I don't want to discount that, but generally speaking, they've been in better shape in Grand County than in our other 2 counties. Any questions?
I have one, Mary. May I?
Muted.
So, Brady, I appreciate the update, and I, of course, have been watching the numbers very carefully, and I send out updates to my constituents about every other week on those numbers. And so as a result of watching those numbers, I'm just kind of horrified and curious if you have a feel for what is going on, particularly in Carbon. It seemed like they had 44 new cases a couple of days ago.
That was over the course of 2 days, but nevertheless, that still quite a number. Frankly, the use of masks in Carbon County isn't as widely accepted and utilized as it is in Grant County. That's one reason. I also think that we kind of hit a tipping point where there was enough disease in the community where it really kind of permeated pretty much every aspect of life, not only household spread, but it was in businesses, in the school as well. So that really kind of accelerated things. Additionally, we have a lot of travel back and forth to Utah County. Again, we can't really blame them for all our situation right now, but it does add to it pretty significantly.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Brady. It's good news. Yes, Gabriel?
Sorry, just one request. When you do go about sort of altering that communication from the nightly update, and thanks for giving us a heads up, would you mind just making sure to send out to anyone that receives that email, sort of when that change does occur? Just you might have already planned on doing this, but just letting us know when that change happens and what we can expect moving forward from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I said this last time, we haven't been able to deliver it yet, but additionally, our website will be updated so that you'll be able to essentially pick whatever date range you want since the beginning of June to look at the case status, testing status, rolling case rates, and things like that. We have our final meeting with our developer on that end tomorrow. So we really hope by Friday that will be up. That will aid those that are particularly curious to delve a little bit deeper on this and get a lot more information than frankly we've been able to give out thus far. But yes, we will do that.
And then one more quick question. With regards to any events that have been happening, do you have any observations or anything to share in terms of how those have gone off and if there have been any issues that you've run into? Oh, I think he left.
Oops, he got knocked off, it looks like. Perhaps he'll come back. I'll give him a minute.
Oh, no, not Gabriel. We'll be talking about special events at the end of the meeting also.
Right.
So-
I was kind of hoping to gather a nugget for that conversation, but it's okay.
Yeah, he's not giving out too many nuggets lately, but I'll let you know what we've talked about too.
Okay, since we've lost Brady, we will move now to the item of citizens to be heard. You may join with the link on our agenda page, or you can dial 669-900-6833, meeting ID 867-1625-2356, number, password 279317. To unmute, you need to press *6. Okay, we are now ready to hear from our citizens to be heard. Mallory, would you?
All right, I think M. Neeson was first.
Okay, M. Neeson, and then the phone number ending in 0109. So M. Neeson, would you like to unmute and tell your name?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew Neeson. First off, thank you for your service and thanks for hearing me today. As a representative of the Hospitality Committee under the Moab Chamber, I have some questions regarding agenda item F. I'll just read through those and then kind of sum it up. The biggest question we have is, what does advertising look like with this educational element included, and how is it different from what is currently being done? The other question is, why did this resolution not originate from discussions and or even workshops with the Moab Area Travel Council Advisory Board and Moab business stakeholders? Just heard about it yesterday afternoon, and I can say that the business community would love to be the opportunity to have a seat at the table and a chance to discuss this resolution and brainstorm with local leaders on how to best promote the message, Moab marketing, and what we want to broadcast. And with that, I would request that this proposal be tabled until those questions can be answered and that collaboration can take place. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin Walker's up next. If you want to unmute yourself and speak. You may have to dial *6 to unmute.
Okay, how about now?
Yep, you're on.
Okay, thanks. I'm coming to you from beautiful East Central Grand County on my way back from Grand Junction. I just wanted to say I support the measure that's in this agenda item. You know, on the campaign trail, I talked to quite a few voters, and you know, the number one issue by a wide margin is the impacts of tourism on our community. You know, we don't have a magic wand that can fix all those problems. I think we've got to try a variety of different things, but I think a big part of the solution is going to be communicating with the visitors who come there. And so I think the idea of making sure that all our, you know, the way that we advertise and promote Moab is putting out some kind of tread lightly, have a low impact message. I think that's definitely a good idea. I think the Travel Council has already started moving that direction, but I think it's ultimately the County Commission's responsibility. And so I think another good thing about this resolution is that it firmly establishes that, you know, the buck stops with the commission on these issues. And I'm hoping that in the future, the County Commission will be much more directly involved in deciding how Moab is presented to the rest of the world and how that presentation affects the behavior of visitors when they're here. So I hope you all do not table it. I hope you pass it, and it can always be fine-tuned later if we have other ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have any other citizens to be heard?
I've got a comment.
Go ahead, Reed.
This is Reed Pendleton. And this actually maybe kind of relates to what has already been spoken, but I just want to make a few comments on a couple of terms I'm hearing in the county government meetings each week. This is economic diversity and economic resiliency. I am totally fine with the county's idea to encourage diversity within our local economy. However, it doesn't seem like right now there's a lot of people trying to move to Moab to start different businesses or different industries. What I don't appreciate is the rhetoric of trying to limit or slow down the one economic engine that Moab does have, which is tourism. Why are we trying to limit economic growth in the biggest industry that we currently have? Tourism is the lifeblood of Moab right now, and we just experienced one of the biggest months ever for town. Most of the business owners I have talked to, and myself included, just had one of our best months ever. Isn't that what economic resiliency is? Bouncing back from a bad circumstance to be better than ever. Yet all I hear is we need to limit tourism growth. We need to stop expansion. We need to prevent growth in this sector of tourism services and limit tourism here and there. When are we going to start embracing local businesses that are already here? I stated several times last year during the 12-month moratorium that we need to find ways to support our local business owners. We need more locals to start and grow businesses. I am not in support of corporations and investment groups buying out this town. Locally owned businesses are the educational resources to tourists. We care about their experience. We want our public lands preserved, and we support each other. We are here like everyone else because we want to be here, but we also want to live the American dream and provide and prosper through the sweat off our own backs. Most of us work 6 to 7 days a week and long hours to run our businesses. I personally haven't had a day off in 39 straight days, yet I'm here on this call and many others because I'm concerned. What I'm trying to say is that tourism is a bigger picture than just overnight accommodations and tour companies. Our revenues trickle down into all sectors of our economy. I personally do business with and support local companies and operations like Zunick Brothers, Moab Property Works, Riverside Plumbing and Heating, Walker's True Value Hardware, Packard Wholesale, AW Construction, CB Earthworks, Electrical Construction Design, Anasazi Realty, and many others. I employ people year round and provide affordable housing to my employees and other workers that work here in town. We need to stop using tourism as a negative agenda and focus on helping the local businesses that are already here in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Do we have any other citizens to be heard?
Appears as though we do not have any other citizens to be heard. So we will move to our next agenda, which is approval of minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes for October 20th, 2020, Grand County Commission meeting.
Barry, so moved.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye or
Aye.
raise your hand. Or vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. I will now entertain a motion to accept the minutes for the October 20th, 2020 joint city and county meeting.
So moved again.
Greg Halliday makes a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion? I will call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to the point, ratification of payment of bills. Do I have a motion?
Mary, I can make a motion on it. I've got it up to where I can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Make a motion to pay the Grand County bills to be approved. November 4th, 2020. Total bills, $637,485.84. Total payroll, $231,194.67. Total bills and payroll, $868,680.51.
Thank you, Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Evan Clapper. Discussion. Roll call vote.
Oh, wait, I do have one question.
Okay, thank you, Jaylene. What's your question?
Sorry. And again, Quinn, hats off to you and your staff for the highlighted items of curiosity. I still have another curiosity though on one of those items. So help me understand how USU Extension, we pay that $11,000 for salary and benefits. Is that paid on a quarterly basis? Because surely that can't be 1 month's salary and benefits.
No, you're right. And so I had a chance to take a deep dive into this. Chris, can you weigh in? Do you know, is that paid? I know we pay it.
Yeah.
Is it quarterly?
Well, it's whenever they send us an invoice, but I do think it's quarterly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we were a little bit busy yesterday.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Jaylene Hawks.
Yes.
Evan Clapper.
Yes.
Gabriel Wojtek.
Yes.
Curtis Wells.
Aye.
Mary McGann, yes, passes unanimously. And Quinn, I want to congratulate you and your staff on a well-run election. I know you worked into the wee hours of the morning. I'm sure you were all exhausted today. And I'm sure myself and every commissioner here thanks you and your staff for your hard work.
Well, thank you guys. And obviously without Jana Smith and Jenna Kyle and Renee Baker and Christy Backus, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it. So most of the credit goes to them for sure. They're great staff.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. So we are moving to commission member disclosures. Do we have any commission members with disclosures on any agenda item on this agenda?
Yes, I disclosed that I'm related to one of the parties in agenda item L, so I'll be recusing myself.
Thank you. Evan?
I have a tourist-based guide service that is based in Grand County.
Thank you, Evan. Any other disclosures? Thank you. We will move.
Mary, I'm sorry. I guess I could disclose that I am a co-owner of a B&B that benefits by the way travel council, the way TRT taxes are allocated. So just get that out there.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, Mary, I wasn't aware that we needed to make a disclosure, I think, on this issue that I'm hearing other disclosures, but I'm going to go ahead and do so just for the sake of doing so if it's needed. So I would disclose that I own an interest in nightly accommodations businesses in the city of Moab. That should be sufficient.
Thank you, Curtis. Anyone else?
Yeah, and Curtis, I agree with you, and I probably just disclose to be on the safe side, but the other reason is I do want it to be known out there that I am also someone who benefits by this, and I, may not agree with the way the conversation might be going. So that's why I disclose.
Thank you. We are to commission members' reports and future considerations. Greg Halliday.
Yes, on the 21st of October, I attended the Museum of Moab meeting. During the meeting, the chair, Dennis Brown, stepped down. He still remains as a member of the board, but is no longer the chair. So they will be having to select a new chair, probably at the next meeting. Work on the new presentation for the museum is coming along very well. We have some excellent people that are working on it, and it should be really, really nice if we ever get a chance to open up. Okay, then on the 22nd, I attended an open house for the latest community rebuilds project over on Doc Allen Drive. The house really looked nice. So they did some good work there. I like the really thick walls, even though they're made of straw. The walls are very thick, and the structures are extremely energy efficient. Then on the 27th of October, I attended by telephone, unfortunately, the catastrophic fire meeting for this part of the state. It's put on by Jason Johnson, also Rudy Sandoval, who's up in Price. One of the things that was of interest to me is that Spanish Valley is high on the list of priorities to deal with excess fuels for wildfire. So that was good. So that's something that needs to be addressed. And that's all I got.
Jaylin?
Yes. Been to several meetings, couple of planning commission meetings. I've attended some family support center meetings. It's actually not a family support center meeting per se, but just a meeting to brainstorm ideas about the possible direction that could go. And hopefully that will be coming to the council soon. Been to Housing Authority meetings, and my understanding is Ben will be giving a report today, so I'm not going to go over that. And there was an excellent detailed report in the packet that I'm sure you all read. Been attending budget advisory board meetings, meeting of the Association of Local Governments, Economic Development portion of that, the tripartite board, which is also a subgroup of the Association of Governments. And one interesting thing the Association of Local Governments is going through right now is they are looking for new space. And so I've attended a few building meetings to brainstorm possible ideas for that. And it looks like they are going to the CIB board for a grant to hopefully build new quarters. So update you as that takes place. Let's see, I think that's it. So for future considerations, I want to say that I was pretty disappointed about the direction that the conversation took at the joint meeting regarding the bypass. The intent of that discussion was not to vote on whether or not a bypass was a good idea. It wasn't a vote to build a bypass. It wasn't even a vote to approve one. It was just to start the discussion and process to get it on the county's travel plan. If it isn't on the plan, we lose the option. And as I said at that meeting, I am a firm believer in preserving options. At the end of the day, you don't have to take options that you've got, but if it's not on the table, you don't even have that option. So, and it's only one option. I agreed with some in the meeting that said a bypass, that we should look at other mitigation things before we approve a bypass. The 4-lane construction will hopefully be helpful. If we can find more ways to move that traffic through town, that'll be helpful too. It's unfortunate, and I'm trying to make this quick. I gave a short report so I could give a long future items report. It's unfortunate that that conversation hinged on the very high level concepts that UDOT had created 2 years ago. As I made the point in that meeting that, and also at the time those were created, that if that's the only options that we could come up with for bypasses, then we would be better off not doing it. Totally agree there. Another concern of mine was that members of the commission and council spoke as if the conversation should be terminated because we have heard from the citizens. And I respect the citizens who did write in. I was curious about just how many there were. So I did a quick tally of the citizens who wrote in, emailed in, and spoke in the meeting. There were actually 26 people who emailed us. And you do the math and assume that there's about 10,000 people that live in Grand County. That's only 1/4% of all the citizens. 21 were opposed, 21 of those 26 people. And in my talking with various community members, there are a lot of people who would support the right bypass, not the ones that were proposed. So it was a bit amazing to me that the council and commission were so adamant about shutting down that conversation based on 1/4%. So as a future consideration, I would like to have the commission consider beginning the process to get this on the county's travel plan and have a real conversation where all of the voices can be heard. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much. And I agree with you. I was very disappointed in how the tone and the direction of that meeting went. I didn't feel like it was, because what we were proposing was to have a public hearing, which would have been the opportunity for people to speak. And it seemed to have gotten derailed on the idea of deciding whether or not to support one of the choices. So I don't know how that, it was very disheartening to me as well. So since I'm talking, I guess I'll do my report. I usually wait till the end, but I'll do it now. I went to the Moab Tailings Pile Steering Committee. They're continuing with 4 trains per week. There were 232.7 thousand tons moved in July, August, and September. They've added 3 additional rail cars to increase shipments, so it should really move fast. 68% 68% of the pile has been moved. The radon is down an average of 4.5%, 5 stations down and 5 remaining the same. The gamma is down an average of 4.5% at all 10 stations down, and particulates are up less than 1%. 2 stations were slightly up and 5 remain the same. We are beginning discussions, and I'm working with John Curtis's office. We're beginning discussions. It looks like we will have the tailings moved by 2025 if we keep at this rate. And so we are beginning the process to find ways that as they move them, what they can do to leave the site as ready for turning it into something, an asset as possible. So that's very exciting. We had the Solid Waste Special Service District. We were donated those modules from the school district. We did a trade with some of the demolition that they moved out, and they're going to use those. They first thought they would turn them into office buildings, but now they're looking at making them a storage area for the recyclables that are gathered at the recycle center, thus making it possible to keep the recycles longer and have larger shipments when they are shipped out, thus improving the profit that we get on the recyclables. And hopefully by doing that, we can bring the recycle center to where it is in the black, which would be very good. And we are working on setting this district's priorities and how we're going to move forward for 2021 and how we're going to enact a sponsorship program for the recycle center. Went to Canyon Country Partnership, and anyone that's been to Canyon Country Partnerships knows to report on it is very difficult because you learn so much. So I tried to pick out some of the highlights. I thought it was interesting. All the state parks have increased visitations, even the smaller ones like the Green River Golf Course and such. I saw a tremendous amount of increased visitation. And for instance, in Goblin Valley, which many of us remember from when you could go and not see anyone and have your campsite, far away from anyone else, had a 1 to 3 hour wait to get into Goblin Valley on the fall break weekend, which was amazing. The Division of Water Sources wants to have water use lowered by 20% by 2030 in this region, and has collaborated with regional stakeholders to revive the current Moab Area Watershed Management Plan. The Division of Wildlife Resources discussed the removal of nuisance bears, and there were 2 in Moab and 1 in East Carbon, and one of the ones that was in Moab was right across the street from me, which was quite amazing to have a bear in your backyard, or my front yard, I guess. And the State Historic Preservation District is improving the trading post in Monument Valley, which is very exciting, so that it will remain a historical landmark. I also went up East Canyon to visit Three Canyons Ranch to see how the proposed roads would impact the ranch, and it's quite devastating. It would put a 4-lane highway just almost right outside their door. So that was very interesting. And I got to see some amazing petroglyphs and historical sites. So that was an interesting and worthwhile trip. And if anyone's interested in going and visiting and seeing what's happening up there, let me know and I will give you directions and introduce you to the people that own the ranch. That's my report. Thank you. Evan Clapper.
Yeah, so let me flip back to my calendar. My calendar is pretty light at the end of the month, so not a lot to report on. We did have the joint meeting with the city regarding the Arches hotspot proposal. I'll let the chair of that committee report on that if we need any further reporting, but that was kind of what I was focused on. In terms of future considerations, I would like to send out a scheduling survey poll for a time that we could meet and who should be invited regarding the Forest Service planning efforts. And I would like to do that before our next regular commission meeting. So either, I know it's kind of short notice, so either kind of later next week or early the week after. And I'll get together with Mallory and try to pick out some topics. It's kind of some of the chapters of the plan worth tossing around, and see if any of those are interest to any of the parallel planning or review input that's happening on the city's front. So I guess invite list TBD, subject TBD, date TBD, but we'll figure it all out. And I'm putting it out there so that I have a little pressure on myself to make something happen next week or early the week after before we're all together again.
To be, thank you, to be determined. Thank you, Evan. Curtis Wells?
Thank you, Mary. I will, my calendar is also pretty light. I think the hotspot joint meeting with the city council on Friday is probably where I'll focus. And I think that the discussions and decisions related to our package of projects and just a review of the committee's work was really good. And you know, I'm just really happy that the committee was able to salvage what I think was, I should say, a project or projects that everybody just felt kind of uncomfortable with and didn't feel like would be the best return for, you know, that a grant that size and an opportunity that size. And I really think that we did that. I know there were a lot of ideas from citizens and elected folks in the spring when we were having those debates and discussions, and some of those specific recommended projects by citizens actually made their way into the package, and I think have the favor of UDOT, just in reference to, you know, transit and kind of spreading the parking around downtown, improving downtown. You know, also I know the county and staff and folks, you know, put a lot of time and effort into the multi-use pathway. And, you know, the county, I think, you know, deserve to see some direct benefit from the hotspot process. Having been, you know, in a leadership position in the original hotspot engagement, and you know, and I'm not just referring to myself, but other council members and staff at that time. And so I think it's great that the county has a project in there, and I think that we can all agree that Spanish Valley Drive is going to continue to see there's going to need to be more emphasis and prioritization and improving that corridor as the growth moves south. So I'm really happy with it. I didn't really have any pet projects, but it feels like all three projects that we wound up with seem to enjoy consensus from the citizens and the elected officials. And I really haven't experienced any kind of negative comments or a lack of support for any of the three projects as far as the merit of them and should they be included. There's obviously discussion of folks' favorite projects and but UDOT absolutely plays a primary role in deciding which projects are going to be prioritized and funded to what extent. And so I'm fully prepared to live with the results. And so I just, thank Evan and Jalen and, the rest of you on the commission for being supportive and giving us the space to sort that out and produce, what I think is good results. And, the city staff, this was all happening through, COVID, and they did step up to the plate. The engineers over at the city and the assistant city administrator manager, it was really good to to work with her and in kind of a team environment. And so I really appreciated the opportunity to do that, and that's been a highlight as I finish my term. And I appreciate the comments from you, Mary and Jalen, regarding the bypass discussion. I mean, I was pretty disappointed with that, in agreement with you, and I have follow-up conversations, I think, with everyone, including the committee members and commission members and city council members. And I think my takeaway from that was just, a combination of maybe not great timing as perceived by some folks, and just kind of a lot of understandable concern and anxiety from some of the, the Mountain View residents, just kind of didn't allow for a very constructive, dialogue. And, I've been doing this long enough where it's like, it is what it is. Let's just find a way to be hopefully constructive and thoughtful about the issue and a potential need to reroute Highway 191 if it's possible moving forward. And so I would certainly encourage us to do that. Whether there's steps made between now and the end of the year, or whether that's something that the commission's got to have on their agenda next year. I've had some good conversations with Mila and the planning department. She's got some really good ideas about that, and would of course just welcome the city or members of the city to be involved and engaged, hopefully in a constructive format. And I would just also just echo that I wouldn't be such an advocate for that project if I didn't see such a growing need to develop more solutions, or a big solution like that, and also see the support we could have at the state level for that. And also just and I shared this with the city council, all of us on the commission have different constituents and demographics and friends and family, and we get a lot of varying opinions and perspectives on issues. And we certainly are going to get there's the potential for a different segment of feedback and opinions and perspectives from the city and the county. And I absolutely just get a lot of thumbs up from people regarding a bypass, and not really narrowing in on a specific route, but just a really more positive than negative, really significantly. And I think that's great, to have that kind of support from the folks that I run into in my life in the Valley. And I absolutely think they should have the opportunity and an open invitation to formally go on the record there. I think the county should, where possible, either do an enhanced look at previous findings by, Fair and Peers as commissioned by UDOT, or in addition to exploring other alternative solutions. as Commissioner Clapper said, we might not have the solution in front of us, but we know that we have the problem in front of us. And I think that's a good way to put it. And so continuing to be, I don't know if you could classify it as proactive, but just open-minded and really in an exploratory mindset towards, solutions like that, I think is positive. So thank you all for your willingness to do that. And at this point, I know I'll add the county audit committee that I'm chairing. We're going to have a meeting coming up soon. We do have the results of the initial internal audit. So we need to kind of huddle around that and trying to put a meeting together for the next 2 weeks. And then we'll of course plan to make kind of our annual update to the council regarding that. And I wasn't able to make the Mosquito District meeting that took place. It was either yesterday or Monday. I saw some attempted rescheduling going on. They've kind of been moving around, but as I mentioned previously, I know Chris and Mallory have been helping them also, with their budget and just kind of providing assistance there. And I'll just, mention again, I do think that's an area in a district that is going to need some attention at some point, and a conversation about the future of that district, either in making some improvements or, taking a deeper dive and looking at that service and what's the best fit for it in our community. And with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Curtis. Gabriel Wojtek.
Yeah, like a couple other commission members, I had a kind of an unusually light last couple of weeks, aside from budget advisory board meetings and last week's joint meeting. So I will also yield my time now and not report anything today. Thank you.
Thank you. Went to turn on some lights. We are now to our elected official reports. Quinn Hall, do you have something to report?
Hang on, let me. Sorry, they're going to fumigate the hall over here, so I had to move real quick. The election went smoothly. We had 5,700 ballots cast, and we reported the results to the state. They're on the state website. That was everything we did in the last 3 days had to do with the election, so we've been pretty busy with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Christina Sloan.
I'll pass tonight, Mary, because you'll hear from me on a few things later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is Chris Kaufman on the line in the meeting yet? Chris, did you have anything you wanted to report that's not on the agenda?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome. Chris Baird, County Administrator, we will move to that.
Okay, yeah, I'm also trying to prepare here for a fumigation, but I just been working on getting the tentative budget wrapped up, and so that's really been all-encompassing for me. And I'll turn it over to Mallory to give any further updates from the administrator's office.
Okay, sorry, I'm just turning off or on my video. I don't have much to report. The one thing I will say is I think COVID stuff is not going away. And over the past few months, I've been doing a ton of Zoom meetings for various boards and committees. And I'm trying to push a little more to give folks some of the tools that they need to be able to do that themselves. So that is just a big thing. If you have a commission or board that you serve on that does Zoom meetings through the county, I'm happy to keep assisting, but more and more I'm trying to give our staff members the tools to do that themselves. But I think that that's all that I have today.
Thank you, Mallory. There are no department reports, so we will be moving to agency reports. Housing Authority of Southeastern Utah, HASU, 2019 Annual Report, Ben Riley. Ben? He was here earlier. Mallory, do you see him? Is he on?
I don't see
Sorry,
him.
Chris.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him on now, but he may be on the phone. So if you're on the phone, you need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
He was here earlier.
Well, maybe we'll table and come back to it when he.
Okay. We will. Do I have a motion to table item E?
So Mary, just so you remember, when we passed a.
Oh, we did. We passed in our bylaws. We didn't have to do it. You're right.
Objects, and if not, then.
Anybody object to moving item D to when Ben Riley can join us? Okay. Then we will move to item E, presentation on the Moab Area Travel Council ATV and OHV educational efforts. Elaine.
Muted.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Mary. The Travel Council staff appreciates this time to present to the county commissioners at this public meeting. I have been at the Travel Council for over 5 years, and during this time, our office has changed the trajectory of our marketing from mostly advertising the national parks to educating the visitors before they arrive in Moab, and sometimes while they are in Moab, utilizing social media on their phones. The Travel Council has 4 staff members that include myself that work day to day providing the thousands of visitors who have questions with crucial information and educating them on various subjects. So the resolution that is being put forth today is something that the Travel Council staff and I endorse, as we're already working toward that end. Educating the visitor before they arrive and while they're here are what we do. Whether it's about the status of COVID in Grand County, leave no trace, preserve and protecting our public lands, sustainability, and more. The Travel Council was the first rural counties in Utah to approach sustainability. So much so that the Utah Office of Tourism, the state office, has taken their lead from us. I hope this presentation will educate our community about the efforts the Travel Council Advisory Board, the committees, how we're working daily to educate the visitors. We're working on sustainability, accessibility, and diversity in Grand County. I also hope that our message can get out to your constituents so they have a better understanding of how we are encouraging a better visitor, someone who has the same values as our community, and not just more visitors. Quality over quantity is what we've been working toward. So we welcome all input from the commissioners, and we welcome it also from the local residents. And I do have a presentation that we're going to share. Let me see here. This one. Okay. I do have Robert Riberia with me, who is the Assistant Marketing Director for the Travel Council. Robert has been here over 20 plus years. and he will give you some insight as to what he has been involved with, but we're going to share in the presentation. So it's not about the number of visitors, it's about the quality of the visitors that are coming to our community. Preserving and protecting what we have for generations to come. That's our philosophy here. The general marketing direction for the past 5 years, the Travel Council has analyzed available statistics to identify markets with a higher demographic. So we have a different type of visitor. This is not to increase our numbers during the main season, but to alter our visitors' timing and demographic and encourage shoulder season visitation. This is similar to what the national parks we're trying to do with the timed entry, to spread people out throughout the year so they're not coming all during the height of the season. So when we're talking about shoulder season, we're talking about spreading everyone out so they can have an opportunity to know that our area is open even in the winter and choose to come then rather than during the high season when there's a lot of traffic. What we want to talk about is give you an overview of 2015 to 2018 and some of the program focuses for the shoulder season and families. So I'll let Robert take that over.
The mic's not picking you up there.
Okay, about 5 years ago, we started to alter Moab's reputation from an extreme destination to a more family-oriented destination. And this ad is an example of one of the very, very few on-season ads that we would have that was reaching out to families. Beyond that, most of our advertising was in the off-season. Our off-season marketing, the goal of it was to increase the shoulder season in hopes of ultimately creating a year-round economy. The bulk of the marketing budget spending was spent during November through February timeframe. It wasn't an effort to increase the total number of visitors that are coming to Moab. It's more an effort to offset for people that were considering coming in the summer to consider coming in the winter. Since Moab is already a well-known motorized community, the Travel Council also shifted their marketing focus years ago to encourage a higher demographic, which included families, children, biking, hiking, rafting, and exploring areas outside of the national parks. A lot of the ads that we did would have pictures of Dead Horse Point, our scenic byways, the Dinosaur Diamond Byway, and we emphasized sustainability, accessibility, and an educational focus. And these are just a couple of ads that were only run in the off season, usually in Utah magazines up north. They would always show snow, and they would always talk about discovering Moab in the off season. Do you want to talk about the adventure
guide? The Moab Adventure Guide was a 2-year project that we put together. We eliminated 8 outdated publications that were here for many, many years. And this booklet, again, was a 2-year project. And what we did, we worked with the BLM, the Forest Service, the state parks, sand flats to create this adventure guide with activities located outside of the national parks. The guide is loaded with minimum impact practices and messaging, and it's being distributed online. People can download it to their phone. They can print it if they chose. They could also request a hard copy. This is given out by the Moab Information Center, local businesses, the Thompson Welcome Center. And if you look through the book, you will see we worked with a partnership with Search and Rescue for best practices. We encourage donations to Search and Rescue. So we were trying to really reach out to put as many of the sustainability, stay on the trail. And if you haven't looked through this book, this has been out now for about 18 months. I recommend that the local community look through it, and you are going to see a lot of the leave no trace, a lot of the messaging that you apparently are not aware of. We are also working toward fly-in visitors, increasing enplanements at the airport, allowing SkyWest to expand their operations at the airport, resulting in more destinations eventually for our community to enjoy, hoping that we could get flights to Salt Lake, flights to other areas other than just Denver. Flying-in visitors are an excellent demographic because they hit the tarmac and they spend money on rental cars, shuttles, tours, restaurants, and lodging. And they're not bringing a UTV or an ATV with them. So, these markets that were the fly markets are attracting few visitors, but higher spending visitors. So what we want to talk about is how we approached 2018 to 2020 to give you an idea of what we're working on. We're focusing on sustainability and accessibility. The Travel Council kicked off its sustainability campaign to stress the importance of conservation, recycling, green energy in preserving our unique environment. We have a whole section in our website talking about sustainability. As you can see here, we did a whole sustainability video working with the city, the police chief, many departments around our community, talking all about sustainability. In January of 2018, we did an event in front of the Information Center. We gave away reusable bags because Moab had initiated the plastic bag ban. So we got behind that. We partnered with the city of Moab and the then sustainability director and other Grand County departments to showcase Moab, Grand County as a sustainable community. We produced several videos to educate the visitors about Moab's recycling, green energy status, and to reach out to visitors who truly value green travel. The Travel Council is also a member of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. We have a committee made up of our board members that are now working with areas like Sedona, other sustainable resort communities. We have meetings, they're following up so we can determine how we can help to even move our community more forward with sustainability. We also are focused on dark skies. We belong to the Dark Sky Committee. We have a whole section on our website that talks about dark skies and how we support with printed materials. I mean, we have really tried to support all of the local organizations that are promoting, along with the public land agencies, promoting sustainability. We also focused this year on accessibility, because why should a person who can only enjoy bike riding or an activity and has use of their full body use, if there's someone in the family that doesn't have that ability, we've focused on accessibility. We worked with the National Ability Center to produce multiple videos featuring individuals with special needs enjoying Moab. And this video was presented at the Travel Ability Summit in San Francisco in 2019. Individuals who need accessibility should not be prevented but encouraged to visit Moab. And we had a lot of positive comments from people who really need accessibility and didn't realize they were going to urban areas and didn't realize they could come out and enjoy the public lands, especially if they have a child or an adult where accessibility is necessary. So we'll talk about
Yeah, we realized that motorized recreation was fully developed in Grant County for over 20 years.
We can't hear you.
We realized that motorized recreation had been fully developed in Grand County for over 20 years. This type of recreation did not need marketing support, as Moab has a long-standing reputation as an off-road destination. The Travel Council pivoted the marketing messaging on our website, social media sites, and the Moab Outdoor Adventure Guide. You know, and I can say that I've been with the Travel Council for 22 years, and shortly after I started, we received a lot of feedback from locals. At that time, it was dealing with Jeeps, and it wasn't really noise in town, it was more off-trail damage. So at that point, 20 years ago, Travel Council pretty much stopped marketing 100% to motorized vehicles. Our recent messaging has been to help educate visitors on minimum impact behavior, staying on the trail, and it provides many educational messages to the visitor. You know, I invite everyone to go to our website and look at some of the videos that we've produced about trail etiquette and staying on the trail. We eliminated all old marketing materials that do not fully deliver this messaging, and we designed a piece that has input from all of our land agencies, the Bureau of Land Management, the Forestry Service, Search and Rescue, Sand Flats, etc. And as Elaine said, there was also a section in there from Search and Rescue that encouraged donations.
We can't hear you.
In 2018, I was part of the Throttle Down campaign and was a part of that committee with Mary McGann and Kaylin Jones and many others. And we created, the Travel Council created posters, brochures. We created yard signs and bought those out of the Travel Council funding and delivered those and distributed those to businesses and residents. We worked with Sand Flats and local agencies to produce a UTV video detailing minimum impact practices and how to properly behave in town. The video was playing in the hotels on Channel 6. And then our funding was cut in March of this year, and we actually had to stop running that educational video to impress upon people what they needed, you know, what we would like them to do if they're in town and they're, you know, using a UTV, whether they're renting one or whether they're bringing their own. The Travel Council in 2019 worked with the university. I worked with the University of Utah students to assess the perception, Moab residents' perception of negative visitor impacts. The Travel Council board and the staff agreed that visitor education before and during their visit was still a priority. The Travel Council, we joined Leave No Trace, the Center for Outdoor Ethics. We are a source, which is a source of educational resources for responsible outdoor recreation. We're members of that. We utilize all of their information on our website. We put, which many don't seem to realize, we have billboards. This is a billboard that's north of town when you're coming south into Moab that says, let's stay on our trails and slow down in town. We have another billboard south of town that pretty much says the same thing. In 2019, after this survey was done with about 500 residents answering the survey and realizing how you know, the local community felt there was over tourism, we realized that we had to come up with a campaign, and we called it Do It Like a Local, which means the local community cares about our public lands. We care about what we have. We need to let the visitor know that when you're here, you've got to care about it as much as we care about it. So it was developed to gently educate the visitor by combining local tips on visitation with education on proper behavior, etiquette, and stewardship of the environment while they're here. We had a campaign that was introduced at Swanee Park on July 4th of 2019. We have t-shirts, we gave out educational materials, and we delivered, you know, kept delivering this information to the community for the following weeks. We even invited locals to attend a filming because we wanted the local community to speak on camera and talk to the visitors so they could actually hear from the locals. But we had very little participation. And we actually, marketed this and asked the community to come. So we still have the video up. It offers a lot of good advice from the few locals that showed up. So we also organized a town hall for the community in October of 2019 to introduce the program to the community. And again, we had very few local community individuals from the community attend, but we have made every attempt to try to get the messaging out. This Let's Stay on Our Trails is a billboard, large billboard south of town, where you can see it talks about preserving and protecting, staying on our trails. No matter what you're in, if you're walking, if you're riding a bike, if you're on a motorized vehicle, please stay on the trail. Our videos have been a useful tool in this campaign on social media and in many local hotels. Again, as the funding was cut, and maybe once we get back to where we can utilize that funding again, we can actually run these videos, educational videos, back in the hotels. The Do It Like a Moab local ads are displayed on the visitors' phones when they're planning a trip to Moab, when they are trying to book a hotel or they're trying to book an outfitter. The message will come up about Do It Like a Local, and it talks about staying on the trail, slowing down in town, and they can go, it takes them right to the website. During March, when COVID happened, we took the Do It Like a Local and really tried to help our local businesses with Spend It Like a Local. So, were they doing takeout? Were they doing delivery? Were they open? Were they closed? I mean, we really are trying to engage with the local community and really help our local businesses and help people who are coming here to better understand what is happening. I mean, the information that we have put out there for COVID, that's our #1 page on our website. We also had masks, 150,000 masks that were given to us by GoEd that we distributed to local businesses, to the National Park Service, to the Moab Mailing Center, to the Moab Information Center. And we were giving those out to anyone and everyone in our community. So, the Travel Council, and I've said this in the 5 years that I've been here, we do more than just run ads. And we do not focus on running UTV, ATV, any motorized vehicle ads. So we really support the resolution because that's what we're working toward. We're on the same page. The Travel Council does have tremendous reach. And we've got reach to returning visitors. We're focusing on diversity. We just worked, as you can see it here, with an African-American family to show that no matter what color you are, no matter who you are, you can come to Moab and visit. Discover Moab receives over 3 million visits each year, and we're the #1 website on Google for the Moab area. We have no ads, and we're informational and inspirational and focus on sustainability, accessibility, education, and diversity. Our social media reach is equally broad, with over 71,000 followers on our Facebook page alone. This is how we're communicating with the vast numbers of people that are trying to come here. Now with the construction going on, we're letting them know that they have to put more travel time, at least a minimum of an hour into their travel time. We've got the camera to the national parks so they can see it going into arches if there's a delay. Do they go somewhere else until the line goes down? We are making every effort and every attempt to help our community. This office answers over 12,000 visitor calls for information every year. They don't go to the Moab Information Center. They call this office, we answer those phones. And you cannot imagine the questions that we get. You know, can we have a fire? What's open? What's closed? Are you allowing people in for COVID? The questions are just, and we have emails. Robert answers emails daily. We also mail out thousands. We produce about 50,000 travel guides a year because we've got requests for those going out around the world. So what all of this means for us is that because of the reach, we're in a unique situation to continue our efforts to educate about being good stewards of the environment and responsible visitor, to be a responsible visitor when you're here in Moab, to promote sustainability, promote accessibility, and to reach out to markets with high-end demographics so people can fly in, but their spending here is going to be higher. I think if you talk to all of our land agency partners, you will get support. You will find that we are very supportive. They appreciate our efforts. You know, when the BLM was, their website was being revamped, we saved all the information, the content that we had from the BLM, and we added that content, which they lost on their news site. They lost it, and we were able to keep it on our website, the Discover Moab website. So we take pride in what we do. There are 4 of us here, and we work diligently. We care. We all live in the community. We're residents of the community. We live in this city. We care about the city. We care about the county. We want to make this a better place for everyone. It's not just, oh, open up the floodgates and let anyone in. That is not the direction, and has never been the direction under my tenure. And as long as I'm here, I will continue that messaging. I will fight for that messaging. We're open to any suggestions, any recommendations, but I really think that I would ask and beg the commissioners to please take this information and discuss it with your constituents, because apparently they're not aware of any of the things that the Travel Council does. I think in their minds, they think we're advertising UTVs and Jeeps and every other motorized vehicle. They don't understand that we work with trail mix. We work with everybody in this community to make it a better place. So does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Elaine. That was very informative. And I appreciate the fact that you're okay with the resolution. I read it, and when I read it, I felt like, wow, they're already doing it, you know, so this isn't a big deal. And I agree with you that I don't believe a lot of the community understands the effort that you and your staff have put forward to change the direction of how you advertise, when you advertise. I think a lot of times just the frustration with the crowds and the noise, the Travel Council becomes the target, just like the county commission becomes the target, just like the city council becomes the target, the mayor, because they don't know who else to direct their concerns and frustrations towards. And so, well, it must be that they're doing this without really looking into it. So I hope people were here and listened and saw the incredible work you're doing to try to promote sustainable and responsible recreation, and trying to improve on the quality of our visitors rather than the quantity. So I appreciate it.
Thank you
Any
very
other
much.
council members or commissioners that would like to say anything or have questions?
No, Mary, if I may.
Yes, Curtis.
You know, I don't know, the resolution that we're going to be, you know, discussing here soon might be a better opportunity to start to kind of get into some of that stuff. So I just wanted to bring that up, as far as I'm planning to, a lot of the sentiments and the content that were presented. I do think it'd be good to have some discussion on that, but I'm going to save it for the resolution item.
Thank you, Curtis. Anyone else?
Barry?
Yes, Greg? Yes, Greg.
Yeah, I would just like to give Elaine and the Travel Council a real vote of support. I think they've done a fantastic job and doing great work. Keep it up.
Thank you, Greg.
Any questions?
Yeah, I've got one, Mary.
Yes, great. Gabriel.
Hey, Elaine, I just wanted to say thanks for the presentation, and just also let you know that I really do empathize with your frustrations in terms of being able to sort of control the narrative and sort of shape public perception of what your work is. I understand in working in the community how frustrating that can be, and a lot of times it just does take a lot of persistence and as you're suggesting, all of us as an organization to do our part to help spread the message. So just in the sense of sticking with it and making the efforts to make this message be known in meetings like this and in other avenues, and just keeping going and always devising new strategies and continuing to be creative in that respect. I had one other comment with regards to there was a slide regarding inclusion, and I really appreciate deep down your efforts to think about and consider people of all ethnicities and races and different diverse groups to visit Moab, and please don't at all take this as a an accusation or something that I'm trying to point out as a problem that's going on. But I just think it's important to mention that we do need to really be careful to avoid tokenism when we're marketing for inclusion, and there are really specific ways to inclusion and include diverse groups of people, and I think that there are resources out there and groups that can help guide us in that, and I'd be happy to help research in that. But I've seen it backfire with universities and corporations. And again, please don't get me wrong. I'm not accusing the Travel Council of doing this, but it can really backfire when we put out front advertising with people of different groups and then sort of aren't doing what's necessary behind that to make that message meaningful. So I just need to say that right now, but otherwise, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And your input in working and approaching the diversity area would be helpful. I mean, we were all white marketing, all white advertising, and we felt we used the local family who we approached and asked, and they were thrilled to be able to show. In fact, they brought more of their family from outside of Utah to come here and said, hey, my sister, my brother, they're coming. Would you mind? And we said, absolutely not. Everybody is welcome. And we want to show that no matter who you are, what color you are all welcome to this area that we have here. So yes, anything, we're open. We want to do the right thing. We want to help. We want to protect and have our community here for generations to come. So we're open for any suggestions or recommendations. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think there's some pretty amazing pride photos floating around out there.
Yes, there are.
Yeah, well, we've already put them on our event schedule, and we've done some work with them as well. Absolutely. It makes no difference who you are, we're accepting. That's my philosophy. We are accepting of everyone. No one should be left out of the equation.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
I'll just echo what everyone else has said, that you guys are doing an amazing job, and we can see that kind of that pivot over the last 5 or 6 years, and it's great. It's always been a strong, powerful group, and they got a lot of inertia early on, a lot of momentum that's just kind of stayed rolling. And I appreciate all that you do and the headaches that come across your desk. And it's great. And we'll try to share this message of those pivots.
I appreciate that, Evan. And I think the biggest thing that I would ask of my bosses, the county commission, is that you please talk to your constituents and tell them we are not advertising UTVs. We do not promote people bringing them here. We don't focus on motorized anything. It's all about enjoying an activity, biking, hiking, rafting, but they need to understand that. And I think that message is lost somewhere in our community.
Lost in the noise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Ben, I'm so glad that you fixed your technology problems and that you're here with us. Thank you. Your turn. You're up. The HASU presentation.
Thanks. Yeah, I had to go reset my router, probably at the worst possible time, right? Technology. Yeah, so it's been about a year since I did my last report. I did my last report in November, and it was actually kind of fun to go back and rewrite my report from last year because a lot's happened. A lot of the developments that we had started back in November of last year were either like fully under construction like MAPS or in their infancy like Wingate Village. So we, it was exciting to go back and be like, wow, that was only a year ago. But I'll go over a few more things before I get to those. But financials and budget, since that time, we've had another round of audits, which we had no findings on, which is always great news. Our last budget season was very strong with, increased cash flow, and, we're happy. We've made some good financial decisions here at HASU, and we've been really fortunate to be able to turn around and take some loans that we have, or grants that we've taken from CDBG and from the state and other places, and loan those to our LIHTC projects, which is one way that organizations like us can really produce cash flow well into the future. So we've been really fortunate both with MAPS and Wingate Village that we've been able to make long-term loans for that. And we should be receiving cash flow over the next 15 years for that. So our balance sheet's looking really good. Our audits have been really good. Financially, HASU is doing really well. So I'll start out with that. Kind of some ups and downs, some downs. We did have some staffing issues this year. We run a small office, as most of you know here. So we've had, with a 3 or 4 person office, when we lose one person, it's kind of hard to recover. So we went through 3 or 4 months, 5 months without one of our key personnel. So Jen and I were taking up a lot of slack for a long time between October to early spring. So I'll kind of show you, and when we get down here to Section 8 and things like that, some of our programs, how that affected us. But happy to say now that we got a good crew here, full steam ahead, and everything's going really well as far as our staffing is concerned, and might be looking to increase our staffing as we start to grow some of our programs. Going down on my report, we have under Section 8, one of the things that I can say when we lost our staff, or some of our staff, we only had 43 families on our voucher program last year. When I reported in November, that's up to 55, which is about where we want to be. So there's a lot of administration that goes into getting more people leased up and getting them housed. And, for those who don't know, Section 8, people can go on the street, they can look for a rental, and then we can subsidize a portion of that rental for them. So been able to up our count there while being fully staffed. We've also done a few things with instituting preferences, making sure that our programs are for people that live and work in Moab, making sure that people can't come into our community from Chicago. Sometimes people will be on a long waiting list in Chicago or New York or some of these big cities, and they think, oh, we can transfer these small towns and get some help there. So our board decided to institute a preference that would help specifically people that live and work in Grand County, among other things, people that are disabled and domestic violence victims. So we've instituted that preference after opening the waiting list after closing for 2 years. So that's great news. Mary was involved with getting us some more batch vouchers. I don't know if I reported on this last year, but We now specifically have rental assistance specifically for veterans in our area. So that was a great boost to local community members. Some of the projects that we own and manage, the Virginia Apartments, it's full, it remains full, has a healthy waiting list there. So not much to report there. Same thing goes with our Crown projects. We have 5 here in Moab after losing 8 last year that were sold after their 15 years. Then we have some in Monticello and Blanding, but we are in early talks with Utah Housing now to do another 12 Crown units. And those are rent to own homes that are rented for 15 years for a low rental amount. And then after 15 years, they can purchase that with the equity that's left on, or they can purchase what's left on the construction loan. So we'll be looking to do 12 more units of those, probably at Arroyo Crossing in 2021, or at least we'll be putting in a tax credit application in 2021. So that's exciting on the horizon for us. Down to Cinema Court, not much to say there other than that project continues to be really well managed, really great project. That was built in 2012, so we're already about halfway through that 15-year. It certainly has the 99-year affordability period, so it's not going anywhere affordable wise, but after 15 years, Hasu can purchase that property back from the investor for $1, and it becomes a hot asset for Hasu, which is great news. One thing I did look at when I was going back and forth from last year's report, that the waiting list for that has actually doubled, which I talked to Jasmine, and I don't know if it was COVID related. Jasmine's the manager at Cinema Court or not, but don't really have a good explanation of why that waiting list has doubled there, but probably shows some of the need that is here in that community. One of our other programs, Mutual Self-Help, also going really well. When I last reported, we were finishing up 5 homes in Blanding. Since that time, we've started 11 homes in Wingate Village, which I'll talk about next. But part of that subdivision has two groups of self-help homes in our Wingate Village subdivision. So we're charging on 11 homes for self-help. And we're also just starting to qualify our next group in Arroyo Crossing, which will have 9 homes. We're going to do a group of 9 and then a group of 10 in Arroyo Crossing. So we're really excited to start building both self-help homes, but also multiple different types of homes we think and hope for at Arroyo Crossing, probably starting early spring of next year. Getting into some of the newer projects that are MAP Senior Living, that has been very successful up until now. We only have 3 units left to be rented. When I reported last year, it was probably about a third of the way being built. And I hope that some of you have been able to go over there and take a look, because I think it's turned into a really great project. I know that the tenants are really happy there, and things are it seems like it's really successful from the beginning, even with a higher risk population, being with seniors 55 and over and coronavirus and things like that. We're pretty happy with how leasing has come and getting people in there. So it seems to be a very successful project so far. So we're hoping for the best there. And then my last kind of project that we're working on is Wingate Village. This is kind of the one that I'm focusing on a lot right now. Like I said, we're doing the 11 self-help homes there. We also have a 22-unit tax credit project that will be 3 and 4 bedroom townhomes. So those are under construction. If you look down at the bottom of my presentation, I've put in some pictures of the project, some cool drone photos that our construction manager was able to take. So we got some pictures from the north and the south, and you can see kind of the self-help homes along the perimeter. The single family homes and then the attached homes are the kind of on the south side of the project. Will be there'll be 2 6-plexes, 2 4-plexes, and a duplex, so 22 units altogether. And really happy with that, because I feel like we did with what we did with MAPS, having 1 and 2 bedroom units, and then also trying to do some affordable rentals for 3 and 4 bedroom units, because we absolutely need all different types of units on the different bedroom levels. So happy to excited to be able to fulfill some of the need that Moab is seeing with the different types of housing. I've also put some pictures of MAPS. I'm sure most of you have been over there and seen it, but I wanted to put some pictures of the completed building there, and then the courtyard, which I think turned out really nice. So I think people are happy there and looking forward to getting Wingate Village all built out, probably by the end of 2021 and leased up. And yeah, I think that that's what I have. We're going to be looking to expand our operations in Arroyo Crossing. I think that's going to be one of the big possibilities for us, and to be able to use, land is always one of the bigger issues with us in building affordable housing. And we're looking forward to being able to utilize, over the 300 units there to, potentially put in another apartment project at Arroyo Crossing, do some of the cottages, attached and detached homes. So it's a great opportunity for us, and we're really looking forward to it. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ben. What an amazing job for a staff of 2 for part of the year and 3 for some of it. I mean, quite a long list of accomplishments. I appreciate your dedication and your effort. That was impressive. It was impressive to read, and it was impressive to hear. Anyone else?
Yes.
Thank you, Janet.
I was just say, I don't think that I can say enough good about Ben and his highly functioning board and his very competent staff. They always seem to have so many plates that they're juggling, and maybe once in a while something gets chipped, but they are so competent, they get, right on it and get it fixed. And they're just incredible. I think our community benefits so much by them and their talent. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Jalen.
I'm just, go ahead, Gabe.
I just wanted to say thanks. Really extremely impressed. Your Hasu and yourself, y'all are just such an asset to the county. And here's hoping, fingers crossed, that the sort of the market for building materials moving forward here isn't a headache for things moving into 2021.
Yeah, I hear that.
Thank you.
I was just
Kevin?
curious what your hopeful move-in date for the first places in Wingate would be.
I think we're looking at summer, fall of 2021. So we'll phase the buildings in. We'll do some move-ins as the buildings. We won't wait till they're all built. We'll phase them in. So I think this current schedule is June, July, August of 2021 for some of the 3 and 4 bedrooms.
Great. And just to echo some of these other folks, I think the senior living is a great addition to the community, and I know that it's well appreciated in the neighborhood, and a lot of the neighbors like having it there.
Thanks for saying that.
Another person who, just to let people know, in case you talked to him, was John Curtis, was instrumental in helping get the vouchers for our veterans into Grand County.
I didn't know that, but that's great.
Yes, I
just got to meet him when he was here for the roundtable. So
I wish I would remember to bring that up at the roundtable, but he was my contact in DC. Then he sent me to places to talk. So without him, it couldn't have been done.
Well, thanks for your help too, Mary. You were instrumental in getting that through across too. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. Very good. Any other questions? Thank you. We are to general business and action items. Approving a resolution establishing a Grand County policy for activities related to establishing and promotion of recreation, tourism, film production, and conventions. Chris Baird.
Thanks, Mary. So the reason why I asked Elaine to present is to help get the word out to both the commission and the public that the gist of this resolution is already being fulfilled. And that's the direction that the Tribal Council is heading in. And as you heard, indicated that the Tribal Council staff is fully supportive of this because it's, they're largely compliant with it already. And I think the reason for the resolution isn't to suggest or prompt some significant change in how the Tribal Council is doing things, but rather to provide assurance to both the commission and the public at large that these principles are being observed. And in the absence of a formal policy like this, there is no such assurance, and people are wondering what's going on. And so I think that it's important to kind of formalize it. And I also think it's important that the commission become involved in giving their stamp of approval on these types of things. And also, you know, being made aware of the great work that the Travel Council has been doing, and you know, dispel a lot of the misinformation that's been going around about how we're spending our tourism taxes. I'm not entirely sure that everybody is aware that we are required to spend about % of our transient room tax on the establishment or promotion of tourism, recreation, film, and conventions. So that is the law. We can't just cancel those expenditures. And so over the last few years, the Travel Council has been moving in the direction of this resolution. And so it's really just a formalization of that practice for the purposes of providing assurance to the community and the commission that that's what's happening.
It's good to have the assurance because Elaine's doing a great job and has listened to the input of the community and the council. But there's going to be a time she's not going to be the head of the Travel Council, and we want to make sure that that philosophy continues when people, you know, positions change.
Yeah, and so, you know, this is just policy. All it requires is a majority vote. And so this is not set in stone. But I think you're all aware, you know, that we've received a lot of concern about degradations to quality of life associated with some of the negative consequences of growth. And I just want to make sure that the commission and the community is aware that the Travel Council is trying to mitigate those impacts, not them.
Thank you. Discussion? I would entertain a motion.
Sure, I think that it's important to have like a nice solid foundation so that when a lot of these discussions are coming up, that it doesn't start with a big philosophical debate every time there's a expenditure discussion happening. And so I think to Chris's point that it eases the decision making for the Travel Council and the commission if these things are just kind of out in the open, and for the citizens that we represent, that those expectations, those standards are in place and everyone's kind of operating under the same standards. So with that, I would move to adopt the resolution establishing a Grand County policy for activities relating to the establishment and promotion of recreation, tourism, film projection, and conventions.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jaylyn Hawks. Any further discussion? Yes, Curtis.
Well, I've got a lot of thoughts on it. I'll try to concentrate them as best as I can. I do, you know, I think the lack of clarity in the structure of you know, that the Travel Council Advisory Board is an advisory board to the commission, and not, you know, to the Travel Council director in the past. You know, it was always just kind of, I guess I would say, just contributed to some of the tension. And so I am a fan of the legislative body making it very clear what they would like to see. And in this situation, an area where, you know, there's been a lot of disputes and debates. And so I think kudos for, you know, this document and it being an instrument to help provide clarity and direction. And so I definitely want to mention that. You know, this might be offensive to some people, and I certainly, with all due respect to everyone's work, I'm never a fan of, you know, a lot of the, you know, the do it like a local and the stay on the trail stuff. I mean, I'm obviously I'm a generational local. I'm an avid outdoors person in Moab and the surrounding public lands, and that's a big part of why I choose to live here and care about the community, and leaving things like you found them, and people being respectful of the land and conscious of how they're impacting the land, are values that are really important to me. With that being said, a lot of the educational marketing, encouraging people to be responsible. I've always, since I first got here on the council, have voiced concern that it's hard for me to really feel good about the return on that money without quantifiable, data and information that I can review as a decision maker and say, look, this program is having a good impact. We can see it here. We can see it here. And I'm not saying, maybe some of that does exist and I'm just not privy to it, but that's always been a concern of mine. And I know we're in a tough situation where, I have a lot I get a lot of feedback from constituents and people that are absolutely getting frustrated with just the amount of people that they experience, when they're out on the public land, and just the congestion and the frustration that the place is just getting ruined and loved to death. So I totally understand that. I have I have my own thoughts and perspective on my concerns that are very much in line with a lot of that sentiment. I also am a local business person. I understand the concerns from local businesses. And, I know a lot of people are still really reeling from not having a spring. And with all of the uncertainty ahead, I don't, knowing what it's like to be in business and to be in business in Moab, I hate to add any more uncertainty or any, send a message out there that, we're redirecting, our marketing away from trying to get people here to stay at your place or take your, your tour or eat at your restaurant and things of that nature. So I don't think this, Commissioner Clapper didn't want a big philosophical discussion, and I understand that, but I do think this is a complex issue, and I don't think we should try to overstate the simplification of it, that this is just housekeeping. And there may be an aspect of that, but this is a big deal, I think. And I guess I would just say that, I've long been a fan of TRT reform. Feel really bad that we came up short last year, because I think the certainty will be helpful for the community. And I think there's a big part of me that would prefer to appropriate a lot of this money that's going into what I would describe as just like feel-goodism and just an attempt to try to make marketing money more useful for a quality control purpose into, whether that's EMS or sheriff or just, hard money into real resources that's quantifiable and that we understand how that's mitigating the impact of tourism. And so, with the travel council stating, look, we support this is already what they're doing. I mean, I think that's really helpful for me. I'm feeling like I really would like to sit down with this current travel council and be able to ask them questions like, what impacts do they see on our visitation by this shift, or are they already anticipating this? And there's a pretty robust conversation that I would like to have with the travel council, and the emails from some of the travel council advisory board members, the way they've come across to me is they're feeling cut out a little bit, just in the conversation and the collaboration, and I don't think that's coming from a, hey, we're independent and we get to make our own decisions. It just seems like, hey, we're involved in the community, we volunteer a lot of time into this and would like to be able to have more discussion. And so I'm struggling with that for sure. And but I guess I'll just finish and say overall, I get it. And people are saying, look, let's focus on quality control for a while and until we can sort some of this stuff out. And so I don't think anyone is ill-intentioned here.
Well, I'd just like to also iterate that, statutorily, the advisory board's role is mostly a budgeting role. Actually, it's entirely a budgeting role as far as the statutory duties go. And so I have, recommended to Elaine and the chair of the advisory board that in the future, we actually do a joint commission advisory board budget meeting to establish those statutory duties and to make it, so that everyone's more on the same page. We're a bit out of sync, I would say, with regard to that statutory duty and that budget responsibility. And so I think that could definitely be bolstered with some joint meetings in the future. Unfortunately, it's too late, really. Our regular budget sessions are over for 2021. But as it's been indicated, this resolution is not actually changing the direction of the advertising and promotion. And the advisory board's been involved in all of that for years. And so, it's really the community at large and the commission that hasn't been involved. And so this is an attempt to bring the commission and the community into the discussion. And so, I would certainly think that the commission should, consider other coordinating activities and meetings that they feel would, enhance communication, not only between the advisory board, but also between the community at large. And that's something we can think about, moving into the future.
Yeah, I can concur with all that, and if I came across as wanting to avoid discussion tonight, that was not my intent at all. I was more referencing like future meetings when we don't have to have kind of the same conversations that we're having right now. And to Curtis's point of looking for feedback or looking for data, Elaine highlighted that this pivot was made in 2015, and if we look at where our visitor rates were at 2015 compared to where they are now, I mean, really, you can only conclude that this pivot has been highly successful in bringing more tourists to town. We've experienced double-digit growth for every one of those years, as far as I believe, and so I don't think that this is going to be it's not going to hamstring the market that way. I'm very confident that the world knows about Moab, and I think what we've been hearing from our constituents is that we really need to balance this growth and maintaining the quality of life. And those scales at times still seem tipped. And I think that just like we had some citizen comment earlier this evening about how this was the best month ever, but the flip side of that coin is that I've also heard a lot of people saying that quality of life has been the most negative in their multi-year experience. And I see that this is the golden egg, and I'm not trying to hamper that at all. I don't want this to come across that way. But we have been subsidizing this one industry for quite some time, and we'll continue to do so with this. But hopefully there's some leveling of the playing field too, so some of these other economic opportunities can gain a toehold here. So what really comes up for me is that every issue that we have that comes before the commission, this is a talking point that citizens bring up. And I think that that's where some of Elaine's frustration was coming from, that, you know, if we talk about a bypass, people are like, it's the tourists. Look at Monticello. There's no traffic in tourists. There's all tourist traffic here. And then they pivot and attack the travel council. Or if we're talking about affordable housing, they're like, well, the reason we can't afford houses here is because of the tourists. And then they go after the travel council. And so, I mean, even if we're talking about mosquitoes or something, somehow somebody will bring the travel council into it. And so I see this as a way for us to put our skin in the game as well, and kind of say, hey, we're, you know, our hands on the steering wheel too. We're all driving this ship, because it's something that each of us on the commission has to answer for. It's probably one of the single issues that I hear about the most. And I see this resolution as not really changing course much, or pulling the rug out from under anyone. And so seeing how this growth is continuing to happen, I feel confident that our town will continue to prosper off it like it has. And to Chris's point, that this isn't something that's set in stone. You know, if we feel that this was a bad call, we can change it later, but at least now we have a coordinate. There's like a destination picked out, and it's kind of like, this is the tack that we're taking, and we're going to stay on this course until we need to change things. So sorry to ramble on there.
Want to do a motion?
I already made a motion. We got a second from Jay Lind.
Oh, that is right. I am totally, I lost track. Yes, Curtis. Yes.
Question for Elaine.
Are you there, Elaine? She may have left.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
So what we're hearing is that the travel council's already kind of started to shift in alignment with the resolution. So for instance, like our billboard on I-70, or our billboard, I'm sorry, billboard on I-70 near Thompson, or our billboard in Fruita. You know, those aren't education oriented, you know, billboards. Those just say, come to Moab, take this exit, with some pretty pictures. So like a good example, what happens with those? I mean, can we expect for those to be more programmed towards do it like a local, or like, you know, those
I think they can be whatever we choose for them to be right now, because you've got the expanse of I-70 and nothing from Fruita till you get to the, you know, Crescent Junction. It really gives travelers an idea of where to get off and what exit. And, you know, you can't put a lot on a billboard, because you're talking about trying to read it in a very short amount of time. But you know, it can be anything we want. Those billboards we've had for years and years and years. So we just redid the vinyl I think it was late last year, early this year. And, you know, when they're faded out and need to be changed, we can make them anything we want. Just like we had the two billboards here in north and south of town, where we changed the messaging because of people being, before they get into the city, we're telling them to slow down, stay on the trail. And as they're going south of town, the same messaging. So, you know, we're open. It doesn't have to be this way or no way. It can be whatever we want it to be, whatever we feel the messaging we want to put on there.
Let me just, if I may, I think I would disagree with you though, Elaine, because, you know, according to this resolution, the way I read this resolution is that billboard would need to be, you know, the marketing would need to be reconfigured to be an education oriented message. And that's really what we're talking about here, is any and all promotion needs to be focused on education. And come to Moab, turn now is not education, you know. And so
well, we
this to me seems to be a pretty, and I'm not saying right, wrong, or indifferent, but if the travel council's saying, look, we're already moving this direction, and I'm just thinking of marketing campaigns off the top of my head that are absolutely not education focused. They, according to the, this directive from the county council, it would need to, those things moving forward would need to start converting.
Well, we just were apprised of the resolution, last week? And I think everything that we've been doing, moving in that direction definitely for the last 3 years, where we're talking, and now we've kind of brought it into the community where we're putting that educational message out, the materials, the website. I mean, if you go to our website, we have so much
Curtis can make a short
information on the website. We on social media, we're getting the messaging out on, on our social media outlets. So I think if it's an education, there's a way to say exit here, and it's, some other type of messaging that we want to put clearly below it. I think it's whatever, if we're moving where we want to say get off at exit 29 and this is, you need to wear a mask, there's a mask mandate, whatever it might be. I think that's something, we have to consider.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to call the question. I think this discussion is best
going
done in a
over, yeah.
workshop.
I do too. Thank you. Question has been called. Any further? Anyone else?
Well, according to Robert's rules, I'm given 2 10-minute periods. I'm not
Oh
gonna,
my gosh.
I'm not gonna,
Yeah, this is,
I'm not gonna,
But I did call the
that.
question.
Let's not, I mean, we do have procedure, and if a member of the legislative body wants to get some information out on the table for the public, let's not protest for the sake of protesting. Okay, there is procedure, but I won't protest, and we can have a vote.
With all due respect, I did call the question. That is part of the procedure.
it is.
I think. I'm not a Robert's Rules expert. Correct me, Chris, if I'm wrong, but.
Well, I don't know. We have our policy also that is in addition to Robert's rules. But I would just make the point that there are some elements of our advertising that are generalized and don't comply with this policy. And so they would have at some point, comply. Like Elaine says, when the billboard needs to be replaced, it's going to have to be retooled. And I look at it from the standpoint, perhaps you've seen big billboards advertising alcohol products. They almost always come with a message for drinking responsibly. They advertise the product and they make a message of drinking responsibly at the same time. They fulfill both obligations and objectives, same message. So how I see it moving forward, and I don't think it doesn't have to be off-putting. I think if we get creative, we can come up with messages that are not off-putting. And so, it's not, in my opinion, a difficulty, but there are some elements to advertising that would have to be retooled.
Yeah, and it's important I think the point here, it's important for the public and the businesses to know what to expect, because the directive is pretty straightforward. And that, like Chris has said, there's a lot of our marketing that is not education focused. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, question has been called. All in favor of the resolution, say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on item G, granting relief from 2019 property tax late penalty and entrance for the Moab Recreation Center Incorporated gravel pit lanes, as this business was closed due to COVID-19. Eric Hansen, manager of Gravel Pit Lane, and Chris Kaufman, county treasurer. Chris?
Yeah, I'm here. Is Eric on?
His phone number is 2108. Is 21, yes, he's on. To unmute your phone, push 6 star, or star 6. excuse me.
Okay,
Star 6.
how's that?
That's good. Thank you.
Wonderful.
All right, I would say, Eric, you should go ahead and make your case here. I'm not here to endorse or oppose what you're asking for. I'm just here to help provide any information that the council would like and give an explanation of why I asked you to come and make the case for yourself. So,
Okay. Well, we almost had to close the bowling alley completely. We were just getting ready to pay our taxes when the COVID hit and we were shut down for 2 months. And so it kind of that old scenario of kicking a horse when it's down. Our taxes went up by $3,000 last year, and we were about there to pay it. And then of course we had to be shut down for 2.5 months. So we would like to ask, could we pay our taxes and maybe be relieved of that interest and penalties, which I would think would be a nice gesture. But we would like to pay our taxes, and we have another year's worth coming up, which will even be higher than last year. So sometimes we feel like we're working just to pay taxes, but we're still open. So that's where it's at.
Thank you.
If we close the doors completely, we probably won't pay any taxes. So but we do want to pay our taxes. So
It is an area that many people enjoy. It would be a shame to see the doors close.
yeah, there's only one bowling alley. So anyway.
Do we have a discussion or a motion? Or questions?
Great. Yeah, I guess I had a question for Chris. Have you had similar conversations with other businesses, or is this a unique situation?
I've definitely had folks asking similar questions, definitely. I haven't kept a list. I couldn't tell you how many there are. I think a couple things to make clear is that the penalty and interest here is from the 2019 taxes. And I would expect that, there may be even more interest coming up, but it's hard to say. The economy rebounded quite a bit. So I really don't know what we're going to be seeing as far as how many folks are going to be able to pay their taxes in November. But you could also have folks who are asking for penalty and interest relief after the deadline's coming up November 30th and then February 1st of 2021. And if it's okay, I just want to, I wrote it in the packet items, but I do want to make it clear that there are penalty and interest reductions that some people request that I will bring to the council myself, along with, other abatements and so forth. And I have a policy which I've included as to when I do bring those and when I am going to ask the taxpayer to make their own case. And the reason that this one didn't fall into the category where I bring it with the larger list is because it doesn't meet the criteria that I've laid out in the policies. And part of that too is just that if this one is granted, then there could be others that come along, and in the interest of fairness, you might think that those ones should also be granted. And so it's one that I think the commission needs to decide which way they want to go on that.
And what are the deferment options?
So yeah, the county could decide to, rather than forgive them, say that, interest isn't going to continue to accumulate. I guess that would be one option. Usually a deferment is giving somebody more time to pay without penalty and interest. But in this case, the penalty and interest has already occurred. Interest is continuing to accrue, so you could stop that, I suppose.
Any further questions or? Any thoughts?
Mary?
Yes, yes, Greg.
If we approve this, do those penalties and interest shift to everybody else or not?
That's a really good question, Greg. And penalty and interest is different from the actual tax. So the short answer to your question is that no, that will not be a burden on other taxpayers. It would represent a decrease in income to the taxing entities. And that would primarily be a decrease of income to the county because the county receives more than 60% of penalty and interest. It's not distributed evenly among the taxing entities. And that's because the county is the entity that's responsible for billing and collecting. So we're the ones who get a little bit more of the penalty and interest.
Okay, thank you.
This is Eric again, if I can speak. You know, we're more than willing to pay our taxes. We paid them every single year. We just thought, due to being closed down, and bowling has gone downhill as an industry anyway, we're lucky to be open. We're simply asking, could you maybe not charge us interest and penalty for 1 year? It's $1,000. We're still paying $11,500, which is a huge amount of tax for 1 year. It went up $3,000 in 1 year, but you know, you guys see it how you see it, I guess. Just thought it'd be worth asking for.
So that is 1,000, not 1,800 on the fiscal impact.
No,
okay.
I thought it was a little more than $1,000, but you know, we're still paying $11,500 for a year. It's over $1,000 a month just in property taxes. This isn't our sales tax or any of those things. This is just property tax, which went up substantially, as you all know, I'm sure. And anyway, we're happy to be open. We just thought we could maybe ask for a little bit of help here. That's all.
Mary, I think that the total is closer to 1,000. I think that first zero looks like an 8, but isn't. But I'll double check on that.
That's what I was wondering because I couldn't tell if it was an 8 or a 0.
$1,005 from what I remember.
It says it says 1,884 cents or 1,084 cents.
1,000. It's just over 1,000.
Okay, so 1,084.
Yeah.
Any further thoughts? Questions?
Chris, I'm unfamiliar with being able to use any kind of CARES funding, or that that businesses might have access to through other outlets to cover things like this if they are related to COVID. Are you aware of anything that might have been an avenue to avoid the penalties?
I did not do any looking into what's available directly for businesses. My sole focus was on what the county can do with its CARES Act money. And so I do know that giving CARES Act money to somebody to pay property tax is specifically prohibited. For the county's money, that doesn't mean that other avenues of CARES Act would have had that same prohibition.
This is me again, Eric. Hey, we're not asking for help to pay our taxes. We have enough money to pay the taxes. We were just hoping to not be penalized for being a little bit late. That's all.
Well,
it would simply be $1,000 less that the city would get. You know, they're still going to get 11.5 from us. We're just hoping to not have to pay the penalty and interest this 1 year since COVID hit us pretty hard.
I know that money isn't budgeted because nobody expects penalties to happen. So it's
Right.
not part of our budget. Does anyone have any thoughts, any motions? How to move forward? Do we want to postpone this?
Mary, I can confirm that the total he's asking for is just right around $1,000.
Yeah, for me, it's not the $1,000 because I get it and I can appreciate where you're coming from, Eric. I think it's the unknown of how many other taxpayers might have similar circumstances, and in the interest of fairness, what kind of Pandora's box we might be opening here. So that's my head here. It's not your case in particular, but what that would mean across the county for all taxpayers. So I guess
What I'm wondering if what we should do is, Chris, because these businesses have had a tough time, and I don't want to see businesses closed because of a penalty. But I do think, like Evan says, is that this could be opening a Pandora's box. So I guess the reason I asked for a thought of postponement was if Chris Kaufman and Chris Baird and Mallory and maybe a couple of us got together and came up with a way to handle these requests if they come up to us, so that we don't give it to one person and then have to deny it or not give it to someone else. If we came up with, because with the impact that's happened because of COVID on many businesses, I could see many businesses coming up to us and asking for some type of help. And I would like to know that if we did something for one, we had the same criteria for someone else. That's why I was thinking of a postponement, is because I don't think this will be the last time we hear it. Chris?
Can I say something? This isn't an ongoing thing. This is the probably only time due to COVID that this will be requested.
We're not
This
worried
isn't
about.
the boy cried wolf. It's a one-time thing. How much would it hurt for the county to not get extra money in the term to the tune of tax interest and penalties? You're still going to get the tax, more than willing to pay the tax. Simply asking, due to COVID, could we maybe not pay the interest and penalty? So I don't think you're going to.
I don't think we understand that. You see, our concern is that you're probably not going to be the only person that asks for this.
Well, and if I'm not, then you should listen to those folks as well. We're a business that's barely able to stay afloat, and if that's asking too much, I guess it is, but I don't think it is. More than willing to pay the tax. Just cut us a little slack on the interest and penalties one time. Really?
Chris Baird?
So yeah, we haven't budgeted for any kind of COVID related tax penalties and interest as a part of our operations. We do budget some tax penalty and interest, but it's based on a normal year, not a COVID year. And so, my suggestion would be that if you can identify that somebody's late on paying their taxes and it's definitely due to COVID, then I would approve a waiver of that. And separately, I think another question, regarding CARES Act allocations to private businesses, that's the very next agenda item. And so I think, it'll be up to the commission to kind of carve out how much of our CARES goes to the private sector for COVID related losses and relief. But I just want to make it clear that we did not budget for any kind of major increase in tax penalties and interest associated with COVID.
So that's why I think that if we haven't budgeted for it, it's really not a loss, it's a wash.
And
Evan?
No, I don't think so. And I sympathize with all the businesses that have had a tough time. And so, it'd definitely be my recommendation recommendation to approve this. And if anybody else has similar circumstances that definitely say are COVID related, that you probably.
And Chris, do you see taxes that were owed for 2019 being affected by COVID? Is that something you're seeing in this process that you've been working through?
I guess question for me.
Sorry, it was for for Chris Baird actually, because he's been wrestling a bunch of COVID numbers. Are you seeing going back into 2019?
There's no effect in 2019, but if taxes are owed and somebody's due to pay them in 2020.
Gotcha. Yep.
It could affect a little ways back, and I would say that if somebody's late on paying their taxes before COVID even hit, that's a different scenario. But if they're late because they got shut down for 2.5 months, and we can certify that, then like I say, we didn't budget for that kind of revenue, and I think I think it's certainly fair to forgive that. And so, my recommendation, like I say, is if we can identify for sure that somebody's late on paying their taxes because of the shutdown and COVID circumstances, that, I would certainly support forgiving those tax penalties and interest.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Chris. I mean, Curtis. I've been saying Chris too much. Curtis?
I move to approve the request to waive penalties and interest on 2019 property taxes on the Moab Recreation Center due to unprecedented economic hardship caused by mandated shutdowns related to COVID-19.
Thank you. Motion by Curtis. Do I have a second? Seconded by Greg Halliday. Further discussion?
I was reading that motion called out the penalties and interest, or all the taxes?
I'm sorry, for clarification, the penalties and interest.
Thank you, Evan.
Thank you for that. And if I might just real quick, Madam Chair, I think the precedent that, setting a precedent is the concern, and I think that is a valid concern, but I think Chris makes some good points. And I think in a similar scenario, other businesses that, that came forward with the same argument, the same dynamic, in the realm of being reasonable and right and wrong, I think it does make some sense. And so I do think it's a good thing to do.
I agree with you, Curtis. I think it's been a tough year emotionally, psychologically, and financially for so many people. And if $1,000 for us, it's an ouch, but it's not something we budgeted, and we're not losing something out of our budget. Any comments?
Yeah, I'd like to comment. I guess I must be missing something here. I do sympathize on the inability or the hardship posed by paying the $1,000 in penalty and interest. But we're talking here about taxes that were due in 2019, November 2019. And 2 appeal deadlines were missed. I would expect this kind of scenario to happen way more this year when 2020 taxes are due. So I am not in favor of setting this precedent for 2019 taxes that were due. Not taxes. I understand this is the penalty and interest that's in question here, but I feel like it was due in 2019. So even though the business was planning on paying them this year, they were due last year. And so I can't in good conscience really attribute it to COVID, which started in 2020 this year, March, basically.
Can I say one thing?
Chris Baird, I need some help with this because we have a motion on the floor and a second. So at this point, I believe with Robert's rules, the conversation has to stay within the council. Is that correct, Chris?
It's up to you. if the chair's discretion to allow.
Well, thank you. Eric, make it short.
Okay, it'll be very short. We had the money to pay it. We couldn't pay the taxes because our mortgage payment, insurance payment, water, gas, everything we had to use that tax money to keep the business from closing. It's just a fact. If we'd have paid the taxes then, we'd have been closed. It would have been done for. Our mortgage payments did not stop, gas, oil, everything, insurance, even insurance company wouldn't cut us a break, even though we were closed. Pretty typical, I guess. But so we would have paid those taxes for that year, but we had to use the money to stay open. So it's definitely a COVID inspired problem here. I don't see how it can be seen any other way.
Any further discussion?
I mean, the other thing I would throw out there is, and I don't know if it would be helpful or not, but the Association of Local Governments may have a pot of money that might help with just such a thing, but I don't know that for sure.
Any further discussion? Okay, we've had a motion on the floor, motion by Curtis Wells, seconded by Greg Halliday. All in favor, say aye or raise your hands. All opposed? Oh, wait, what was that, Evan? Were you in favor or opposed?
4.
Okay, so all in favor is all opposed. Okay, motion passes 4-2. In opposition, Jalen Hawks and Gabriel Wojtek. Thank you. We will move to item H, approving CARES Act allocations and creation of a work group to oversee the distribution and funds to local political subdivisions, businesses, and nonprofits. Chris Kaufman, Treasurer, and Chris Baird, Commission Administrator.
Thank you, Mary. So as many of you know, I took on the job for the county of trying to figure out how we're going to use our CARES Act money that's been appropriated to the county by the state, which was in turn appropriated to the state by the federal government. And so my primary goal has been to identify what expenses the county has incurred that are reimbursable through the CARES Act money. And we've been very successful. This has been a group effort involving the clerk auditor's office and personnel services. And we've worked together and identified quite a bit of expenses we think are reimbursable. The county attorney has helped us with that as well. And the reason Chris Baird is a presenter on this as well is because there are, budget implications for what we do here. And the motion that's in front of you is sort of the status quo of the most recent budget amendment to 2020, which would have the county hanging on to, approximately $700,000 of the CARES Act money, and then putting approximately $500,000 out to other political subdivisions, potentially businesses and nonprofits that have a need for it. And so we're bringing this to the commission to sort of do a final approval on that. You certainly can change those amounts if you see fit. We have identified more reimbursable expenses at the county level than the $700,000, but I think that there is a need in the community. And I'm sorry it didn't make it into the packet, but I did request just general proposals from all of the special service districts as to what reimbursable expenses they think they have or would have by the end of the year. And I did send an email out to all the commissioners. Hopefully you got that with those proposals. And I did that just to sort of test the waters, see and be able to come to this meeting with some sort of idea of what the need is, at least from the political subdivisions. And they requested, I think, $1.3 million all told, altogether. I should point out that the fire, Moab Valley Fire, was about 700,000 of that. They had one item or a couple items that were very expensive, but this includes the school district and solid waste, among others. And then, so that's the first item, is sort of approving that, yes, we want to create this grant program. We want to fund it with this CARES Act money. And then I'm suggesting that that you create a working group to figure out how to get applications out to the right folks, and create a process for evaluating the applications and eventually coming up with a list of recommendations for final funding that would be brought back to the commission. I think one other thing to mention is that the state of Utah appropriated money to counties and to municipalities. Castle Valley Town did not feel that they had any reimbursable expenses, and they did not want to take on creating a grant program of their own. And so they decided to have their CARES Act money given directly to the county. And I want to make it clear that that's happening all over the state. There's a lot of counties that are bringing in money from municipalities and administering a grant program centrally from there. So about $30,000 came in as well from Castle Valley's portion. I've listed here sort of the three big tasks the working group would have, and then I've also listed a proposal of who could be on that, of 2 commission members. Then I also included Elaine on there from the Travel Council and Economic Development, because she has volunteered to really help with any applications that would go out to businesses and nonprofits. And there's a lot of other counties that have done this, so we're not going to have to create this from scratch. We're going to be able to kind of use some templates that are out there. And then I've included someone from the Commission Administrator's Office, Clerk Auditor's Office, Treasurer's Office, and County Attorney's Office as well. So Chris, I don't know if you want to chime in here and talk about any budget implications, any changes from when this was discussed during the budget amendment process that might be useful to the commission.
So this is, as you've already indicated, falls in line with our mid-year budget amendment. So this is already budgeted for 2020 to happen the way that Chris Kaufman's laid it out. And I think that the intention of the CARES Act funding isn't that Grant County will use it all up themselves, but share it with other affected entities who are eligible, and also the business community. So I agree, and I support his proposal.
Sounds good. So it sounds like all we're doing today is approving that we're going to distribute it and setting up a means to do so. Do I have a motion?
Oh.
No?
I needed to get caught up a little on where some of these numbers came from. And so I'm trying to decide if I want to make a motion or figure that out first.
Well, the numbers, the total figures are the appropriation that we got plus Castle Valley's, and then the the 500,000 plus Castle Valley's portion. It's somewhat arbitrary. I mean, I set it at that level a little bit arbitrarily in the mid-year budget amendment, but I still feel like it's a justifiable split among all the different political subdivisions in Grand County and the business community. And so, it can be changed by the commission if they feel like it should be different. But I guess that's where it's set you know,
Sure. So, because it was called out in here that the county's identified 900,000. Is that in addition to the 500,000, or is that?
so um, Chris Kaufman's identified over 900,000 in eligible expenses within Grand County.
Uh-huh.
If we went with this proposal, we would only get reimbursed for 710,000. And so there would be, some COVID related expenses that we wouldn't get reimbursed for via this CARES Act money. We would be giving it up and leaving it on the table and passing it along to other entities.
And
that's
sorry. The Moab City went and received their own distribution, and then so I'm curious about some of these entities like the Moab Valley Fire and the EMS that also serve the city. Are you aware if they're eligible or have pursued any funding from the city?
I'm not aware, but I would think that the working group would evaluate that as well and what they decide to appropriate or recommend for appropriation. And so I think, those kind of questions would be asked by the working group. That they, have you requested a proportion from the city? And, what other COVID related funding have you received? And some of them have received other funding. So we would want to make sure there's no double dipping going on.
Right.
And ultimately, we're going to probably be responsible for this money. And so we need to make sure that the eligible expenses that they're claiming are truly eligible. And also, just split it up. Obviously, we're not going to be able to give the fire district the full amount they're requesting, and probably won't be able to give the full amount that anybody's requesting. We'll have to split it up equitably as we see fit. But those are questions I think that the working group is designed to tackle.
Yeah, I get that the 530, 968 is a bit of an arbitrary number. And I wonder if, I realize it's all still the same community, but if would it be less headache to stick with what was originally budgeted, that 500,000 to be distributed, and kind of work from there? Or
Castle Valley, we've already kind of indicated the Castle Valley. Well, I don't know. Some of the discussion I've seen with Castle Valley is that it could be used, for other districts. I don't know that we said that we were going to use their money ourselves. And so I would be a little squeamish about changing that conversation at this point. Because it's not that wouldn't be under the premise of the discussion we had with Castle Valley.
So,
and it's I get, it's not entirely arbitrary. That amount was arrived at based on how much I could justify sending out and still maintain a balanced budget for Grand County.
yeah, and that's kind of my concern too, that if we're setting ourselves up for a shortfall, obviously we'd want it to be, as small as possible.
The budget amendment that I proposed is pretty balanced, I'd say. And we got there from making a lot of big cuts. And so, but I still feel pretty confident that mid-year budget amendment is balanced and it contains these splits. So, I've already budgeted 500,000 going out. That Castle Valley's portion is not in the budget, but it will come out in the wash if we add it to this. And so, I think we're fine with this in terms of taking care of ourselves. And so I'm good with it.
Chris Baird, this is Chris Kaufman. Is it safe to say that since that mid-year budget amendment was made, that the income projections for the county have increased somewhat?
Yeah, somewhat. And so, part of what I'll have to do soon is, revise our end of year 2020 budget amendment But I do tend to kind of wait as long as I can, because the further I can wait in the year, the more accurate I'll be. But I do think that that mid-year budget amendment had lower revenue projections than what we're currently seeing. And so, that just helps. I can't necessarily say that the expense side has stayed exactly the same as I projected, though. So I don't want to go too far out on a limb yet with giving the net. But I still feel pretty comfortable with this.
I think I'll make one other comment, which is that even though, we have identified, somewhere in that 900,000 range, I wouldn't want to actually try to reimburse, 100% of that. I think it's prudent for us to do a lower amount, partly because this is a brand new program, the CARES Act. It's never been done before. The guidance we've been given is vague. It's not super easy to follow. And it's been changing as we go along. The federal government, updated it as early, as recently as October 16th. And so I think there is a chance that, our interpretation of what's eligible will be, some of it could be called into question later on if we were audited. And I think it would be a good idea to have more expenses we think are eligible than we're asking for, just to have a little cushion there. Because the downside would be, we try to claim 100%, they cut out some of it. That money goes back to the feds, as far as I understand it, and leaves the community. So we want to keep 100% of this money in the community.
Along those lines, Chris Kaufman, I have a question or two. One is just in briefly reading through the rough proposals. Do you feel like all of those expenses were in line with CARES Act funding to be reimbursable? And the second thing is, I'm just so confused. When I read through this agenda item, I could have sworn there was a November 30th deadline date. I'm not finding that. I'm only finding expenses through the end of December, which I understand, but I thought there was some date that said you had to have these expenses turned in by November 30th. So could you comment on those two things?
Yes, absolutely. So for the federal government's guidelines, all of the money has to be spent by December 30th. But remember, the feds gave the money to the states, and then the state gave it to us. And when we received our money from the state, we signed an agreement with them. And part of that agreement was that we would allocate our money by November 30th. The reason for that is that gives the state a month, if we don't use it, to take that money back and to distribute it somewhere else. So they wanted some leeway there to be able to juggle around any unused monies. But they did, in that agreement, leave a clause there for us to apply for an extension. So what I'm hoping for is that in November, the working group can work quickly, get applications so out to the community and back, and get to the point where we know where we want the money to go. And I think if we're at that point and we go to the state and we say, we haven't sent this money out the door, but here is where it's going, I think we're going to be fine. I think they're going to allow us to a little bit of leeway, or we may, know where it's going and get it approved in time to send the money out the door by November 30th. We may have to have a special meeting or something, if they don't grant us the extension. So that's kind of the timeline that we're under. And it is a compressed and a crunch timeline. So we are going to need to move forward on this very quickly. Before I forget, it would be great if you do fund this grant program and create the working group to also identify which commission members would like to sit on it, so that we can tomorrow start scheduling our first meeting. That would be great. And I'm sorry, Jalen, you asked a question, a first question, and I've forgotten what it was.
You're muted.
It was just if looking through the proposals, the rough draft proposals from the entities, did they appear to you to be reimbursable by COVID CARES Act money?
Okay, yes. Thank you for reiterating that for me. I would say on the whole, yes. The vast majority of them, I think, are. there's a couple of the really large line items in the fire one that I would definitely have to look at more, but those ones are so big, I don't think we're going to end up funding those particular items anyway. But yes, on the whole, they seem to me to be within the bounds.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Do we
Well,
have
then
a
I would
motion?
make a motion to approve distribution of $530,968 in CARES Act funding for grants to political subdivisions, businesses, and nonprofits, and to create a working group for the purposes of administrating the grants.
Motion by Evan, seconded by Curtis. Discussion.
I think the makeup of that working group as outlined here looks good to me as well.
Yeah. Okay, no further discussion. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Gabriel? Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. Do we want to, is there some people are there two commission members that are interested in sitting on this? How long will the committee last? Do you think? We have to have it all done by the end of the year?
Yes, I am optimistically hoping for, maybe 2 or 3 meetings. One meeting to approve the applications and the process and the criteria for evaluating applications. And then once the applications are in, a meeting where recommendations are made of who to fund and at what levels.
Do we have any commission members that are willing to sit on this committee?
How much would this dovetail with current budget advisory stuff? Jalen's like, nope. Golly, December,
I think any commission
talking about?
could sit on it. I think any commission member would be able to jump into this. I don't think it's going to require a lot of budget background.
Gabriel.
How many meetings are we talking about?
I'll do it, Chris. So there's one. I'll do it. Do we have a second?
Okay, yeah, I'll jump on.
Okay,
Oh,
you got it.
Good man.
You're making me look bad, Gabe.
Anyway, we got 2 people. We passed the motion. We are now to item I. Approving title change to the Assistant Commissioner Administrators to Associate Commission Administrator. Renee Baker.
Good evening. There's a lot of words in there. This title change, just like from Associate Planner on the last agenda, is to just help with the public perception of the position and give a little bit more ownership over the Associate Commission Administrator role, so that it doesn't sound like administrative assistant. There's also a red line job description. It's very minor changes. It looks like a lot of red because I changed council to commission. So I'm happy to add anything else if you have any questions.
Questions?
I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve the retitle of the Assistant Council Administrator to Associate Commission Administrator.
Motion by Jalen, seconded by Evan. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now that was a nice fast one.
Thanks, Mary. Have a nice night.
Presentation of Public Infrastructure District, PID, and approving initiation of a PID policy drafting process. Aaron Wade, Gilmore, and Bell, and Commissioner Wells.
So just really quickly, this is something that brought up to Chris and Elaine with economic development, and we're going to get a really good presentation by Aaron Wade here with Gilmore and Bale, but I wanted to just really briefly, I think, why this is attractive and something that, I think we should look into and move towards, is just really that this is, essentially a way to pay for infrastructure, roads, trails, parks, with outside capital, with zero liability to the county. And so, with infrastructure and economic development, community development, a lot of these things in mind, this is a new tool that's available to us. And just kind of in an economic development context, wanted to bring in an expert on this to update the commission. And just want to thank Chris Baird for helping prepare this and supporting this effort. So with that, I'll pass it over to Aaron.
Perfect. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. I know you guys have had a long agenda today, and so I don't want to take any more time than I have to. But certainly if questions come up as I move through this, feel free to jump in or ask them at the end. But like I said, I want to just cover this quickly. So I don't know if you guys have the slides or if I could share my screen. I'm happy to, but if you've also got the slides, that may not be necessary.
You might as well share your screen, Aaron.
Okay, let me see here. All right. Can everyone see just the full screen slideshow here?
I can see it.
Okay, great. Okay, so public infrastructure districts. This is actually a new tool that was just passed by the legislature in the 2019 legislative session. So these districts are pretty new, only been around for a little over a year. But it's designed, as Curtis said, to be an economic development tool for the county. Historically, to encourage certain type of development, the tools that have readily been available are tax increment financing and special assessment areas and special assessment bonds. And those are really great tools, but they have some shortcomings and they don't work in every situation. And so public infrastructure districts were designed to kind of cover those shortcomings and to provide a new unique type of tool for economic development and for financing of infrastructure. So what is a public infrastructure district? They fall under a local district under Title 17B, meaning they're very similar to a lot of sewer and water districts in the state, meaning they're an independent political subdivision. While they would be created by the county, they are not a part of the county. They're separate and distinct legally and financially. So debts of a PID are not debts of the county. They're also governed by their own board. And it creates a new revenue stream rather than reallocating. So that, the crux of a public infrastructure district, as you are all well aware, the county can only charge a uniform tax across the county. You're not able to pick and choose areas to have a different tax. And that's why local districts and special districts can be very helpful. If there's an area that has, increased needs for, say, snow removal or something like that, they could be put into a special district and an additional tax could be charged. A public infrastructure district allows for a unique property tax to be charged within the district boundaries to pay for infrastructure costs. And I'll get more into that in just a moment here. Some important information about creation of these districts: they're at the discretion of the county. So while a property owner may approach the county and say, "Hey, I would like a public infrastructure district," it's always going to be in your discretion. If you as a council like what they're bringing to the table and you think it's a good idea, you can move forward. If you don't, then it's at your discretion to say no, thank you. And that's built into the legislation. The other piece is that this district to create requires 100% consent of all property owners and registered voters within the district boundaries. As I'm sure you're well aware, it's very hard to get 100% in anything, right? When it comes to your constituents. And that's why this tool is designed for situations where there's really a very limited number of property owners. Maybe you've got 1 or 2 or 3, but it's certainly not going to be a situation where you try to say that you cram it down onto a group of existing residents, because that's not going to happen. You're not going to get everybody on board. So as I discussed this, the ideal situation is going to be, a green field that's a couple hundred acres owned by one property owner, maybe an industrial park owned by 2 or 3 owners that needs some, infrastructure help, something where everybody's collaborating and coming together and saying, let's put this in place. So what can a public infrastructure district do? They had broad power to finance basically any type of public infrastructure: roads, sewer, curb, gutter, parks. They could even build a fire station if there was a need for that. However, those powers are going to be within the control of the county council and the county staff as you establish and create this district. You can put constraints. You can say, we want you to be able to do roads, but we don't want you to be able to build a school, right? You could put that in place. So it's still in your control, but the legislation is designed to be broad, to allow for a broad range of circumstances. Quickly, I'll just cover governance. As I mentioned, it has its own board. Initially, it's going to be the property owner, but over time, it would transition to be the voters. So if they were doing this to build a subdivision, over time, the residents of that subdivision would take over the board and be in charge of its decision making. So what are the potential uses here? I've been kind of talking about PIDs, and you're probably saying, well, why? There's a broad range of uses for these tools, and I'll just cover a few that we've seen in the state. So enhanced infrastructure. So you may have an area where developer 1 wants to build, but that developer 2 is just down the road from them and is going to need that infrastructure. And you're going to want to make sure that it's the right sizing. You don't put in a pipe that's going to be too small in a short time. So you could have some upsizing that's financed through these districts. Backbone and regional infrastructure. We just helped the city create a couple of these districts in Utah County to open up a part of the community that wasn't able to be built in because there was no sewer infrastructure. So now they'll be able to finance the sewer infrastructure, and now those landowners will be able to develop their property. Master plan communities, and then also incentivizing unique projects or commercial development. Real quick example of this was in Provo, the first public infrastructure district created in the state. Provo City and Norda College have been working for several years to get a medical school in the community. But the trick was the city had sold some land to the school, but it was on a former landfill site. So the infrastructure cost was very high to remediate that landfill and put in the sewer and the roads to the tune of about $37 million. So the city and the school came together, created an infrastructure district, and they were able to finance almost $43 million of bonds, 30-year tax-exempt bonds to pay for that infrastructure. And now they're well underway in constructing this project and getting the medical school that's going to bring a lot of jobs, surgical and research center, and student housing to Provo. All greatly needed and much anticipated development there. To talk a little bit about PID financing their bonds. So Gilmore and Bell, we are a bond finance firm. We are the county's bond counsel in your issuances. And likewise, these PIDs can bond. So they can issue special assessment bonds, as I mentioned on the front end, general obligation bonds similar to the county, and a new tool to Utah of what's called a limited tax bond. So a limited tax bond we talk about is it's similar to a general obligation bond in that it's based off of property taxes charged on the property within a district, except that it's subject to a cap. So if the county or the local school district was to issue a general obligation bond, that the county or the district is going to levy whatever amount of taxes needed to pay that debt service. There's no cap, it's unlimited, and that's why it's called a general obligation. These limited tax bonds are different in that they will levy as much taxes as needed up to a certain cap. And so that cap is in the form of a mill levy. It can be up to 15 mills, but is likely going to be much lower. But what that means is that property owners are protected, that if development doesn't go as planned, they're not going to be subject to an unlimited tax. It's going to be capped so that there'll be certainty around the maximum amount of taxes that they'll pay in a given year, while still providing a solid revenue stream to repay the bondholders. And so what does this look like, right? So as I mentioned in Provo, they did $37 million of bonds, but it was used to pay for infrastructure, and it's going to be repaid through a mill levy on just the property within that district. So there, I think the district was something like maybe 20 acres, a very small area. But because it was going to have a medical school and a surgical center built on it, the property values are going to be really high, so it could support that $37 million and pay for that infrastructure. So here in this chart is just an example real quick of what the different mill levies would look like on a home with the primary home exemption. So I think the average tax rate in your county is somewhere around 11.5. My example here is 12.5. So these districts can charge up to 15 mills, which you would see would be an extra about $3,200 on a resident's tax bill, but more likely are going to be somewhere around the 7 or 10 mil, which is going to be about an extra $1,500 on their taxes. But again, these are people who are asking for these districts to be put in place so that their development can be built, and then eventually property owners that want to move into a community with a higher, potentially a higher standard of infrastructure, or just an area that wasn't previously able to be developed. And so the purpose of a public infrastructure district is it's a great way to allow for new growth to pay for itself. Utah is a fast growing state, and oftentimes people are saying, well, why does my city have to pay for all of this new growth? I've been paying taxes for 30 years. They should pay their fair share. And that's exactly what these districts do. They allow for a new subdivision, a new industrial park, whatever the case is, to come in and say, look, we really need this infrastructure to get off the ground, but we'll repay it ourselves. We're not asking for the county to build this road. We're not asking for the city to do it. We can do it, and we'll repay it through our own property taxes that don't affect anyone outside of our district boundaries. I know I'm running out of time here, so I'll just move quickly through this. What we would recommend is that the county consider a policy for how they would handle PID applications, so that if you were to say yes to developer 1 and no to developer 2, you could have solid points to point to and say, they met this criteria and you didn't meet this criteria, and that's why they got it and you didn't. And that's where, kind of a little bit of an ad here, that's where we'd like to help the county at the developer's expenses, but in just working with you to get policies in place of how to handle these applications, how to think about PIDs, and how they could benefit the county with different projects that are on the horizon. And in the policy and in the governing document for these districts, you'd be establishing limits on what they can borrow, what their tax rates could be, and how soon the residents would take over the district. So like I said, I moved through that quickly, but I know you've got a full agenda today. Hopefully, I hit on the high points, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
I have some questions if no one else does.
Yeah.
Erin,
Yeah,
go ahead,
please.
Mary.
Go ahead, Christine.
Well, Erin, this is Christina Sloan, Grand County Attorney. I appreciate all this information. I am new to these PIDs. We've been burned here in Grand County with special districts created to serve localized developments, and they haven't been well run. There isn't much oversight. They don't comply with any of the rules. And so I think that here, you're going to see a little resistance for that reason. I'm curious how the ownership of the infrastructure works until the bond is paid off. I'm assuming that would be the PID versus the county.
So, yeah. So the key thing here is these districts are not able to levy operation and maintenance charges. So they're not designed to hold on to infrastructure, but just to construct it. So for instance, if they built a road, that road would be handed over to the county upon construction. If they built a sewer line, they would dedicate that to the sewer, the sewer district. All infrastructure should be dedicated to whoever would hold it in the event that there was not a district. So they're not in the business of holding on to it, but they are in the business of constructing at the ordinary standards that would apply to any other, construction within the county. Like I said, then turning around and dedicating that to the ultimate owner, be it the county or another public entity.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but that infrastructure would still be encumbered for the extent. And so if those owners defaulted, it would be the county's bill to pay, right? I'm assuming that's how it works.
No, actually. So these districts are designed so that there's no recourse to the county if the district doesn't pay its debt. That's why these were designed to be a local district rather than a special district because they won't be a part of the county. They're created separate and distinct with no liability, and the roads and the infrastructure are not security for the bonds, just the limited property tax. So for instance, in Provo, they're going to put in sewer lines, roads, a few other things like that. But if the property owner doesn't pay his taxes, it would just go through the ordinary 5-year foreclosure rather than, a bondholder coming and saying, well, no one can use this road until I get repaid. There's no recourse to the infrastructure.
So the lender would foreclose on the property in the district, not the infrastructure built with the bond money.
That's correct. So, and they could only foreclose on non-payers, if that makes sense. So if there's 200 homes and 25 aren't paying, after 5 years, they could foreclose on those 25, but the other 175 that are current are not going to be impacted.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a unique tool designed to try to answer some of the problems that other people have seen with districts in the past. Some cities are sick of foreclosing on their own residents through assessment areas. So these districts, again, take the burden off the city, take the burden off of the county, and make it contained all within the district.
Question.
Yeah.
What I see is that even though the initial infrastructure is paid for by this program, once you transfer it over to the local entity, then it's the entity's responsibility to do the maintenance on it from then out. So if you have any kind of problems, then it would be the local government entity that would have to fix it, have to maintain it, and do all future maintenance issues with it, right?
So that is correct. The infrastructure gets handed over. I think it's important to note that, it's all still going to be subject to acceptance, by the county. So they're going to still have to build to county standards. There may be a warranty period that the district or the, contractor has to cover. But I would also like to add that once, this development's in place, it will be paying property taxes, like all the other residents of the county. And, those roads also have been handed over, and the subdivision would hand the road over, likely whether or not it was within a district, I think is kind of the key there. We are right. It does become an ongoing burden of the county to maintain.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Any questions?
So
I know.
go ahead, Mary. Sorry.
I was just, it sounds like a really good idea, but I'm just nervous about it just for the same reasons that Christina mentioned. I think you and I have discussed the concerns around districts in the past. So I really don't have a question. I just don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah. And if I may, I think that's why the recommendation today is to give the nod to staff to start working on policies. And I think by doing that, all you're saying is, let's look further at this. We're not guaranteeing that we're going to do it. We're not guaranteeing anyone a district, but let's work on putting a framework together. And then I think that framework will help the council have guideposts of how to evaluate these in the event of an application. And then at that point in time, you can, have your questions answered and kind of give a yes or no once you know more about a specific request.
Yeah, and Mary, I would just add, just to kind of highlight the key points that are appealing to me, for our community is, infrastructure, particularly roads, but there's a variety of types of amenities. Also, the opportunity to pay for the construction and the development with funding from outside of the community, and with such a strong interest in our community, I think is really appealing. The lack of total liability to, the county. And also, I mean, to Greg's concern, we have subdivisions going up, in the county pretty regularly. And, and that process you described, I mean, that's just common practice for, for the maintenance and the ownership to be turned over to, local government. And so I think, in the context of, there's a lot of infrastructure we still need, and particularly improvements to roads in certain areas. But also, we are a community that's quite fond of amenities like parks and trails. And so I think if you're entering that concern and the mindset that this is infrastructure we don't want, and so we don't want the maintenance for it, that's one thing. But the goal here is to use tools like this, or this tool, to implement and upgrade infrastructure that we do want. And so without having to bear the financial burden to build it and construct it. So we talk a lot about tools in the belt. This is a very, kind of enhanced district that Aaron has communicated to us and displayed how a lot of how this was designed, was in the framework of how do we fix what's wrong with other districts. So I think it's good. And I just, maybe, I would like to hear from some of the other commissioners. If we need more information, that's great. But I can tell you that I would like to see us move forward and have staff work on a policy, because I think this is something that we can really benefit from locally.
Curtis, obviously best case is policy predates applications, but it does sound like a lot of work. And I'm not aware of a situation that's pending that could benefit from this. Obviously, we have some roadway improvements. We need King Creek Boulevard and Lions Back, or Sand Flats to serve Lions Back are obvious ones. But I don't think we would get 100% of owners that we would need. So do you know of some situations that might be pending or might be coming forward?
Well, yeah, there's been, just in kind of association with Gilmore and Bell and understanding these tools, there has been some folks that have expressed some interest in this. But I would just, prefer to kind of approach this generally, because my understanding of this and educating myself on this, I have a lot of ideas where this could be used, but I don't really want to get into that unless the county, sees an interest in it, as a tool itself. So I don't think the idea is for this to benefit one specific, development or area. But the county adopting this as something that is of interest is kind of more what I want to get to the bottom of today. And I think fully entering this with the understanding that, maybe the commission just needs to have some more frame of references for how this is being used and how this can be used, might be helpful. And certainly with respect to everyone's time and resources, this to me is an economic development thing. And I think having a process for people to come forward and kind of present to the whole commission on, how they see a benefit to this and how they think that's a value add to the community is very much a process that I think needs to happen, in a public forum. But I just don't see the downsides here as I've evaluated this.
And Christina, one thing I'd like to mention as well is, you mentioned kind of a big lift for your staff. We do have some model policies that we can share with you to kind of give you a solid starting point. They're very similar to what's been adopted in, just off the top of my head, West Jordan City, Harriman City, Tokerville, Payson, and a few others. So it's kind of a core policy that everyone's kind of working on. Morgan County adopted it. So it'd give you a good starting point to look at.
Great.
Could you unshare your screen because it
Oh,
makes
sure.
it easier for me to see all the council. Otherwise, I don't see anybody hang that raise their hand or anything. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Okay, don't worry. Gabriel.
Yeah, I do. I really appreciate the discussion, especially with regards to the, ongoing liabilities, adding on, and of course, sort of energy used for staff time. I guess I just want to say that I think that sort of making some really earnest moves in the direction of economic development and diversification, I think are needed in terms of starting to take those steps. And in this case, I think action supporting it would be wise, with the appropriate, with a timeline that is supportive and sensitive to our staff's needs.
Yes, I'm just wondering if, I'm thinking it, like Morgan County, you said is using it.
Yeah, that's right.
I would almost. I would almost like to know, how it's working for them, what's happened. Before we ask our staff to spend time and energy on it, I'd like to hear from places that have used it, that it's been successful. And I'd also like to hear some ones that have had some difficulties. So, that if we decided to go forward, we could know what difficulties might come into play, have a roadmap. So that's my thoughts. Yes, Curtis, I see your hands raised.
I'm in a similar place as Commissioner Whitek, and so I'm going to go ahead and just make a motion because I feel like the directive is broad enough that there's still opportunity for plenty of just like feedback and discussion with with our staff. And if there's no hard deadlines, obviously we're not saying have this done tomorrow, but it feels to me like there's enough support and excitement for it, both potentially on the commission and then just with staff and needing to start making some moves towards considerable efforts in diversification that I feel comfortable with moving forward. So I would just move to direct staff to initiate the process to draft a policy for the evaluation of requests for the establishment of public infrastructure districts, and just add that if there needs to be updates or follow up with the commission to get clarification or provide information that may impact our policy or decision, that's of course welcomed.
Motion by Curtis Wells. Do we have a second? Okay, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. I want to hear from our staff. We've heard from Christina, and I hear her, she's interested but concerned because of time. And I want to hear from Chris and Mallory and Elaine as to staff and how's it going to, what are your thoughts? What are your concerns? Chris?
Hey, Mary?
Yes.
I'm sorry, before staff starts in, I would love to make a comment and then have staff.
Oh, thank you, Christina.
It sounds like a good plan to me. I think it sounds good. I don't really know a lot about it. I think it was an excellent presentation, and it is a step in the direction of economic development, economic diversity. My concern is again staff time. So yeah, I'm really interested to hear from them. But for me, it would make it much easier if I were to hear a presentation from someone or some entity that was not a fan of the process and let us know what went wrong and what we should watch out for, and if they would do it again before we ask staff to invest in a lot of time. And I do appreciate that there are policies, model policies that can be used. So having said that, I will defer now to staff. Thank you.
Chris or Elaine?
Yeah,
Chris?
I think, there's certainly some limited circumstances where you might want to entertain a PID request. And, I suppose the policy would define what those are, but, off the top of my head, I can think of affordable housing developments or, let's say, for instance, we got some interest in a significant diversified economic development project that, was something that was outside the context of tourism, provided good year-round jobs, kind of stuff. I do have, similar concerns because we've had trouble with service districts that have been formed for specific private development projects not functioning well or fulfilling
At all.
obligations. And so, I think that that's a concern for these as well. But they are different. They're not considered a component unit of Grand County in the same way that service districts are. And so, their audits and their finances are not going to be tied to ours. Our audit's not going to be late. Our financial statements won't be late if they're derelict. And so, there's a lot of factors. I think, I would say that if there's any notion from a majority of the commission that you might entertain one of these requests, that we should develop a policy before that request comes in. But I would also say that, the policy we develop should be very specific to what our needs are. And it should be established in a way that it makes it clear that there needs to be a substantive public benefit associated with the project. And so, that's my comments. I'm certainly happy to work on it if a majority of the commission would want to entertain these requests. I don't think it's a big deal. And I don't know that there's a big rush either. And so I would just say that, there's some circumstances in my mind where I think it could be useful, but, those circumstances are somewhat limited to relative to the potential for, some of these things to be problematic, which we've all observed, but the potential benefit might outweigh that risk under the right circumstances. So that's mine, and I'm happy to work on it.
Wade, I have a quick question. One thing that Chris Baird said that really intrigued me is he said if we wrote the requirements so that it had a public benefit, is that a possibility to write the requirements to have something of that nature in it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that in other places as well. Just trying to think, like for instance, I think West Jordan City is interested in projects that bring special, enhancements to the community that are, above, I guess you'd say above average communities, right? Not just your run of the mill subdivision. Some places have said, we'll entertain these for mixed use projects so that we can get more sales tax dollars. There's a variety of things that you can kind of build in there. And other cities have kind of just kept it discretionary, right? That if the council finds benefit, then that's good enough. So you could, constrain it, or you could keep it loose. There's a lot of room for your input on that.
Elaine?
I do think it's something that we need to investigate due to, trying to work on economic diversity. However, right now, in dealing with, the CARES Act funding and getting applications processed and trying to work on all of that and initiate that for our local businesses in our community, I think that has to take first precedence. But I do think that this is important. I think we need to take a look at it. I do think we need to look at rural communities such as ours that have benefited by this, and also what challenges they've had. And also, has the planning, where does the Planning Commission fit into this as far as, weighing in and approving some type of development like this or PID? Do they have any jurisdiction over this entity? And again, we want to make sure that we're protecting the community. So it would be good to have a much more in-depth conversation to discuss all the, benefits and the challenges. I don't think we should say no to it, but I think we need to push it back just a little bit till we can get through the next several weeks of distributing, financial relief to our community, our business community. So I had a question about where does the state weigh in on this? Can the state keep that tax rate open? Do they have any say in any of this if anything does happen going forward?
So the legislation that created the districts sets the cap. Like I said, it's 15 mills. So there's not ongoing input. And that's especially important, just that if there's bonds outstanding, that the state generally has what they call non-impairment. They try not to impact anything that investors are relying on. So the legislature could certainly come in and change that limitation in the future. But whatever limit you would set for a particular district. So if somebody came and you said, we'll give you 5 mills, even if the legislature later said, oh, you can do 20 mills, your cap is still going to be the cap you gave in the governing document for the district. And then real quick, you touched on planning and zoning. All of that stays the exact same. These districts don't have any, zoning or any type of approval. They would still have to go through the county to get the road approved. They still have to comply with everyone else's design standards. This is just a financing tool. It's not meant to, circumvent the ordinary planning processes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions? Gabriel, did you have your hand raised? No. Anyone?
We've got a motion on the floor. I think the idea is not to push something, hard and fast on the commission. I really think once everyone gets comfortable with this, the pros just outweigh the cons so significantly to me. I do see so much alignment with this and what everyone's trying to do as far as diversity and a lot of these priorities that we have. So,
I just want to give every commission member the opportunity to ask questions is all I'm doing. Is there any other commissioners that have questions? Okay, any staff that wants to weigh in? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. The motion was by Curtis Wells. It was seconded by Gabriel, correct? Seeing no further discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor of having staff investigate this, raise their hand or say aye or both. All opposed? Motion passes 5-1 with Greg Holliday in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
We are now on item K. This should be an easy one. Presentation on Grand Canyonlands Backcountry Horseman request for installation of 4 metal structures commemorating the historic use of the Old Spanish Trail and approving letter to support. Paul Spencer.
Yeah, hi. This is Paul Spencer, Chair of Trail Mix. Everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be really quick. There are a lot of details in the packet, but I'll just go over this in a couple of minutes. I'm sure everybody knows that the Old Spanish Trail was one of the original trails before ATVs and Jeeps and bikes. And it went right through the Moab Valley and crossed the river right where the bridge is right now. The Backcountry Horsemen, who are a close collaborator with Trail Mix, they have this project to install some commemorative markers. And they're kind of unique because they're both a commemoration of history, but they're also an art installation. So even if you know nothing about the history, they're cool to look at, but it might make you interested in the history as well. And if you've ever driven into Green River, as you drive along the fields approaching Green River, there's some off to the left-hand side. That's the closest ones. There are, I think, 15 installations across the country. This will come at absolutely zero cost to the county. The Backcountry Horsemen have, through their own money and some charitable contributions, purchased these figures. They're at someone's house in Moab. The Backcountry Horsemen will work with some Trail Mix volunteers to install these. The installation will be, it's along the bike path north of the bridge, right across from the UMTRA project entrance. So it's a good location because they'll be visible if you're in the traffic jam approaching Moab. And there is a parking area right there with a kiosk, and the kiosk actually already has a panel which explains the whole history, and it's very, very short walking distance to where the installation would be. So we're just asking the actual location. It's outside of the Arches National Park by a few feet. But it is within the jurisdiction of UMTRA and their project. So they are the ones that are asking for the county to approve this project. So that's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Paul, has that letter already been drafted?
I believe the draft letter is in the packet.
Is it?
I can't find it, but it doesn't sound like a hard one to draft.
This is Mallory. I know a draft was sent. I didn't make the packet, so it might not be on a letterhead, but I did put it on earlier if you all want me to send that along.
I would move to approve the chair's signature on a letter to the Moab UMTRA project supporting the installation of art figures commemorating the Old Spanish Trail along the Moab Canyon pathway, pending the chair's review of said letter.
Okay. Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Greg Halliday. Discussion?
If you don't like it, Mary, you don't have to sign it.
Oh, I'm quite excited about it. They've been talking to me about it from
I give you full editing authority.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the confidence. Okay, any further discussion? Did Kurt, oh, there he is. I couldn't see Curtis for a minute. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand. Curtis?
I'm an aye. Sorry, I'm having to relocate to another office right now, so I'm on my phone.
So it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Wait, Mary, I didn't get it. Who seconded that? I didn't catch that.
Excuse me?
Who
seconded that? Greg Halliday. Motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Greg Halliday. Thank you. Okay, we are moving right along. Approving settlement agreement with Levi Mallory. Christina Sloan.
We've met about this one a couple times, so I think you guys are mostly up to speed. There's an agenda summary in the packet, and we emailed you guys relevant documents. I'm open to questions. I think the important thing to know is this just settles all disputes between Mr. Mallory and ourselves, and there is no settlement paid. He has agreed to withdraw his appeal. And I'm open to questions.
Questions?
Madam Chair, I can make a motion here.
Thank you.
I move to approve the settlement agreement and mutual release of all claims.
Motion by Greg Halliday. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion? Okay, I will call. Yes, Evan?
I don't need to get way down the rabbit hole, but these 5 violations that are being removed, is that any kind of big red flags for, if he was to continue on with a different sheriff's office? Is that something that I'm aware of?
The 5 violations that we've removed would still restrict him from working within Grand County, the city of Moab, or UHP within Grand County. So that is covered by different case law that binds prosecutors with the way they can deal with law enforcement in situations like this. It would be up to a jurisdiction outside of our local community, whether or not, given the information, they would hire him. Does that make sense?
Based on the remaining 5, but there's nothing.
Right, and
the 5 that are they just disappearing? Is that the?
Well, no, the entire file, and this is in the settlement agreement, is public. So we've already negotiated with Mr. Mallory what is public and what isn't. So people could get most of that information. The facts underlying the 5 charges that we've removed are the facts you see in the amended notice. And so any other jurisdiction will likely understand the context of the 5 violations that have been removed based on the facts that are recited in the amended notice.
Great. Thank you for that.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Curtis, are you able to weigh in?
Mary, I'm going to vote nay on this one.
Nay. Okay. So motion passes 4, correct? 4 with 1. Curtis Wells voting in opposition and Jalen Hawks recusing herself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We will move to amendment M. Adopting resolution approving the Pasta de Sol Phase 11 final plat. Mila?
Hey, Mary, can you hear me? I'm on my phone.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, excellent. So this is a pretty straightforward final plat. This is phase 11 for the Puesta del Sol subdivision. These are 4 lots that have already had all infrastructure and roads put in. They are exactly as they were depicted on the approved preliminary plat. And they've been through DRT and Planning Commission, and everybody has recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the final plat for Puesta del Sol PUD Phase 11 for real property known as parcel number 02-0015-0001.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Second by Greg Halliday. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to item N, amending resolution 3242 allocating mineral lease. Chris Baird.
Okay, so if you remember, we tried to allocate 100% of the secure rural schools funding to the school district. And then found out that we can't do that, and it has to be split 50-50 between the transportation district for road construction and the school district statutorily. So we amended that letter, got that squared away. And then I believe Evan asked if there's possibility to rectify that by kind of doing a switch on mineral lease from the transportation district to the school district. So that's what this resolution does. I calculated that about 10% of this mineral lease is equal to about 50% of the Secure Rural Schools funding. So this is taking the transportation district's mineral lease allocation from 67% to 57% and adding that 10% to the school district. And that's all.
I would move to approve. Am I? Yeah, okay. I would move to approve the resolution amending the Utah Division of Finance mineral lease allocation contained in Resolution 3242 to provide 10% to the Grand County School District, 23% to the Grand County Recreation Special Service District, 57% to the Grand County Transportation Special Service District, and 10% to the Grand County Solid Waste Special Service District.
Second. I think you might have been muted, Mary. Did you call for a vote?
It was. Oh dear. Okay, call it motion by Evan Clapper, seconded by Jalen Hawks. All any discussion?
And so just to be clear, Chris, because of that 50-50 split, what's going to the transportation district from the Secure Rural Schools funding will increase, correct?
That's right. Yeah,
Okay.
we did. So it should pan out to the same as our original.
Perfect. I like it.
It's all
Okay.
approximate guesstimates, and so I can't say that's exactly, but it's as close as I can guesstimate.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now to item O, presenting an adoption of the tentative 2021 Grand County budget. Chris Baird.
So part of the statutory budgeting process is that the budget officer, and in Grand County's case, the budget officer and the budget advisory board prepare a tentative budget. And then by the first meeting in November, we have to pass that budget on to the legislative body. And so that's what this is doing. And so we've finished our budget advisory board meetings and now passing the budget along to the commission for adoption. And then that initiates the legislative process for evaluating the budget. And so we will have to, I think, schedule a budget workshop, joint workshop between the budget advisory board and the commission, as we did last year, to go over several major decision points, notably any new position requests or reclassifications, and there are a handful of those, a cost of living adjustment, capital project approvals, and several other things, and that will go into detail during our workshop. I'm going to propose, if possible, to do that on the 17th in association with our regular commission meeting. And then we've scheduled the public hearing for the budget to be December 1st. And we're obligated to provide the tentative budget 10 days prior to that public hearing. And so I do like to get our budget squared away as finalized as possible 10 days prior to December 1. And so the 17th will work for that. Give me a couple days to make any adjustments and then get that up on our website. But yeah, this is just, like I say, it's kind of a formality, transferring the budgeting process from the executive side to the legislative side. And I can answer any questions, but we will be going into considerably more detail during our workshop.
Questions?
Chair, if I can make a motion,
Thank you, Gabriel.
I move to approve the adoption of the tentative 2021 Grand County budget.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Jalen Hawks. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes 5-1. Curtis Wells in opposition. We are to P, approving a letter to the Bureau of Land Management, Moab, Utah Field Office requesting denial of the special recreation permit for the Rally on the Rocks event. Myself and Mayor Niehaus received a call from Nicole Watts, the head of the BLM, saying that she received a request from Rally on the Rocks and that they had moved their, because of the belief that because of the resolution we passed, that they would be denied and not be able to have a staging place in Grand County. And so they have moved it to just south of our border. But then all the trails, it would still have the exact same impact on our community because the people would be staying in Moab and staying in riding the trails around Grand County. So they have denied it at this point, but they know it will be appealed. And if they have any ability to keep it denied, they need some legislative proof that we are requesting the BLM to deny these permits on their land. Yes, Evan?
I move to approve the letter to Bureau of Land Management requesting the Bureau to deny the special recreation permit for the 2021 Rally on the Rocks event.
Motion by Evan. Do we have a second? Seconded by Gabriel. Discussion.
I have one quick thing, Madam Chair, to point
Yes.
out. I helped Mary with this letter, and we do state in here that we are ready to intervene in the IBLA appeal, and that we would ask the city to do the same. We do have that right under the IBLA appeal procedures, so I want to make sure you guys are comfortable with that statement.
Yes. And I do appreciate your help, Christina, as always. Any further discussion?
So I'm sorry, what's IBLA?
The Interior Board of Land Appeals, and it is an administrative process that the Secretary of Interior oversees. It takes forever. I've been involved in a couple, and 3 years is about a typical time frame. So to get a decision, and it's all done on the pleadings. Yep, it's all done on the pleadings. You don't go to hearing. The BLM is upheld, gosh, 99.9% of the time before the IBLA from what I've seen. It's very hard for an appellant to win. So the stay process will be very important, right? So we would assume that Rally on the Rocks would ask IBLA, please let us continue our event while this appeal is pending. And it would be up to the BLM and interveners like ourselves to say, no, that would cause harm to our community and it should be paused until we get a decision.
And I'm going to be asking San Juan County Commission to weigh in on this as well. So, any further discussion?
So question, Mary.
Yes, Jess Curtis.
Just because that was actually breaking up on me pretty bad.
Which one? What I was saying, or what Christina?
That these folks will hold an event in jurisdiction of, and we're trying to
You're cutting
prevent
out.
that.
Well, we remember in the resolution that was passed, we said that UTV and ATV events are part of the moratorium until we figure out how to deal with the noise pollution that these events and machines create. And so the permit they're getting from us is to be out at OSTA. And
It was a request submitted to the Moab field office, not the
Yeah.
Monticello field office.
Moab field office. But they're going to be staging in San Juan instead of Moab, but it's going to be right next to us. So everybody will be the same impact. It won't reduce the impact of the event on the citizens and of Moab.
And to Curtis's point, we're requesting the BLM not to permit the event on Grand County trails because the group would be traveling from San Juan through Grand County roads, city streets to get to Grand County trails. So the letter is specific as to trails in Grand County.
Okay, I think I'm clear. Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 5-1 with Curtis Wells voting in opposition. We are consent agenda approving resident rising service agreement with the Children's Justice Center of Grand and San Juan County. Aubrey Davis, Children's Justice Center of Grand County and San Juan County Director. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Discussion?
I'll
Second.
second it.
Oh, that's probably a good idea. I think Curtis seconded. Okay, Jaylen Hawk's motion, seconded by Curtis Wells. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. We are to discussion item. Discussion on special event permitting stipulations and conditional approvals based on Grand County's COVID-19 risk level. Christina Sloan and Chris Baird.
I'll start with a little general discussion. I did send you guys an email and I need to find that myself. But it's become clear in the last several weeks that we are at a breaking point with special events. We are in the high risk category now, and that was not something we anticipated going into the fall, and so we didn't plan for well. I expect these risk levels are something similar to stick around for the spring, and I think we need to do a better job of planning for that. Obviously, we are at capacity with our infrastructure, given the Highway 191 project. I do expect that traffic congestion to ease up once that project is done. UDOT, for example, has just requested a noise ordinance exemption for all of 2021. And so they are expecting that project to continue through next year. I think that we're struggling with keeping up with our just increase in domestic tourism without special events. We don't have any rules in place to limit the size of the special events. Obviously, there's a much bigger impact of an 1,800 to 3,000 person event, which we have seen both of those this month versus, 100 or a 200 person event. There's a lot of evidence and data out there showing that alcohol is increasing the spread of COVID-19 for all the obvious reasons. People stop paying attention to the details and get a little bit more sloppy with their mask use. And obviously they're taking their mask off to drink. And most of these special events rely on alcohol to, help make money, help fund the events. That's especially true at OSTA. That's not necessarily true countywide, but I think it's something that we should look into. We have numerous weekends typically where you have overlapping events, and we don't even have the capacity, in my opinion, to staff or enforce a single special event in Grand County right now. We certainly don't have the capacity to permit, enforce, or seek compliance with overlapping events. So that's something I want to talk about. We did have a incident at a relatively small event at OSTA, and a woman was cited under the county health order for failure to wear a mask. This was a woman who over 2 days refused to wear a mask indoors, period, out of principle. And we had numerous discussions with her that became more and more heated. Law enforcement was called. Initially, OSTA staff was told that we didn't have law enforcement available to help. So that's an issue. And we have, since that event, tried to tighten up our coordination and communication with law enforcement, but we do just purely have limitations with the capacity of our law enforcement to respond. And certainly our law enforcement doesn't want to be, mask mandate police. So we need to, have a serious conversation about what special events look like for spring of 2021, whether we want to limit the size of the events, whether we want to impose additional conditions such as alcohol restrictions, whether we want to allow only one event per weekend, or some cap of the number of attendees on any one weekend that could be spread out over events. So I listed out some ideas for you guys in this email. One thing I forgot to include was sort of the overlapping events component. And I think I really want to drive home how at a breaking point staff is. And, Chris can speak for his office, but for sure in my office, I think it's true of OSTA. I think it's true of law enforcement. Everyone is really exhausted and overworked and emotional about it on all sides. And it's, we're coming up to, I think just a perfect storm of conditions. And that's part of why this one event at OSTA, which was not a group we expected a challenge out of, things kind of went bad there. Chris, do you want to add anything? And then I think we need to just open it up for discussion, and then we could try to maybe focus some ideas.
Hey, Christina, before he starts talking, would you please forward that to me? I was reading through it and somehow it disappeared out of my email. So I just need you to forward that again. Thank you.
I will. And another thing to point out is another event also is fighting us on our COVID fee. And I don't know if Elena's still here or Chris knows, but our special event fee is super low. We have been attempting to charge a COVID impact fee, and people are fighting us on it. We had another event that threatened to sue us for the mask policy, and I had to spend about 15 hours in 1 week to do that. And, I think it's important for the commission to understand that we're trying to keep these events open and keep the economy open, but it's really important that we keep these events safe at the same time. And so what I want to do, assuming we keep special events open, is create some clear direction to staff about what limitations you guys would like to see and what conditions we include in the permit up front. And these would become part of our application process and be very clear from the start. I think that this will cool off special events is my, I think that's the reality. If you guys are interested in some of my conditions, but it's ultimately up to you guys. We're not even charging or requiring professional cleaners for these events. They're allowed to do it themselves, which I don't think is enough. So there's a lot to talk about and a lot going on. But Jaylen, I just forwarded it to you.
Got it. Thank you.
Elaine. Christina, thank you, Mary. Mary Lou and I are currently working on the application, updating the application with everything that we've discussed over the last couple of months. Everything from, OSTA questions, because everything, no matter what the event is, will be coming through the Travel Council office. So we've also reached out today to the department heads to go through their part of the application and gather more information. And then we'll be sending that application back over to you for review for your changes, updates, recommendations. But I do think
you're cutting out a little bit, Elaine.
I do think we have to make, we have to require much more information much more detailed information. I think the timeline for the submission of the application has to be moved further out, so we have more time to review everything in detail. But we'll be sending that over to Christina's office for her review.
Wow, thank you, Elaine, for that work.
So I think one of the big overriding questions is, what the commission feels is an appropriate event size given various risk levels. And, and so that's kind of a broad topic of discussion. We've had an event occurred with 1,800 plus, I don't know, maybe even up more than that, participants, 500 people at once in an enclosed space when we were in high risk. And even with 4 to 5 staff on hand, we still had problems. And the other issue, is in relation to what capacity non-law enforcement staff really has with regard to these things. A lot of the time when we have a problem with somebody who doesn't want to wear a mask, they're very confrontational. And, you may have heard in the news, even violent confrontations occurring over trying to require somebody to wear a mask. And so, from my perspective, I can't direct county staff that's not law enforcement to engage in a situation that I feel is unsafe for them. And that would go, we've got a proposal that we'll discuss for a position that would partly be responsible for COVID compliance at events. But again, that there's going to be limits to what that person can do safely. And it's ultimately going to come down to law enforcement resources also. And, you have to realize that a lot of large events occur outside of county facilities where there's really no county staff on hand. And so, it's difficult to try to manage these large events under the circumstances. And, I think questioning the capacity to be safe with large events when we're in a high risk phase is a big question mark in my mind. And so, it seems dangerous to me. And so, I guess those are kind of some of my comments. I think that if we're going to allow events, that they probably should be limited in some way relative to the risk status that we happen to be in. We also have to understand our limited resources to make sure that these events are safe. And we don't have a lot. Even if we bring a new position on, that person's going to be limited in what they can do. They might be able to issue one warning, but if it doesn't get resolved that way, then it's going to be on law enforcement to carry the torch. And those resources are pretty limited. And it's not unusual during the busy season for us to, have multiple events going on all across the county all at the same time.
And piggybacking off that quickly, I don't think we can keep these events safe. And Orion Rogers with the health department agrees. Brady hasn't given me a lot of meat, but he says he has real concerns. I sent him this same list and he said this is a great discussion to have and he would like to be involved moving forward. The best we can do and keep our staff safe, unless we want to increase law enforcement funding for an additional person or two, maybe to keep events safe, is note violations and pull their permit for next year. But meanwhile, we could have a super spreader event in town. And so I think you guys have to realize that we don't have the capacity to keep these events safe, in my opinion, and in the health department's opinion. Yeah.
So it sounds like one of the big things we have to decide is whether or not we even want to permit events, or just having a real ceiling on how many people can come with the events. And I don't even know what that ceiling could be. And I mean, there is the possibility of just saying, well, during COVID, we can't have events. But I know what we'll go through. We went through it before.
Well, I think the the conditions are kind of a no-brainer, whether these are them or not. I think that that's something that we should definitely work on. In terms of should we just cancel all events from now until, indefinitely? I personally am a little hesitant to go that much right now. And so this idea of a total cap for all events that are happening in a weekend, event size limits, indoors versus outdoors, those all are things that I'd be interested in exploring. If the will of the commission is to shut them all down, ASAP, I'm not going to fight super strong to slow that down, but I do recognize that these are a bit of a driver, and I also don't want to kind of push them underground. Like if there's just no events happening, there's already a certain degree of social media organizing and seeing groups of people out on organized bike rides and large groups, and it's kind of like so I would like to keep that event permitting process in place so we know what's going on.
Well, I think, part of the challenge is that there should be related to our risk level, but you never know when an event's time comes, what that risk level is going to be. And so I think we go through this process, we have to make it clear that, if you get a permit for this event and we happen to be in high risk, when your event comes up, then you're going to be subject to the conditions present for the risk level. And so, I agree with Evan. I don't think we need to cancel all events. But, in high risk, the state is, saying limit your social gatherings to no more than 10 people. And here we are hosting events indoors that have more than 500 people at a time and a total of thousands of participants.
Yeah,
it's just totally out of step with recommendations. And from my perspective, a lot of these events are visitors. And so if there's some kind of high transmission rate, there's no guarantee that we'd even know. They catch it, they go back home, and they become a statistic in their hometown. And so, I think that Brady will say that there's not a lot of evidence that these events are causing our numbers to rise, and I don't doubt that. But you have to realize that by the nature of the event, they're here for a few days. If they give each other COVID, it's not going to be our statistic. It's going to be the statistic of wherever they go home to. And so it's still, contributing to the overall transmission rate in the country. And so, I think it's something that we need to special about. But the last couple of events have made me very, very uncomfortable, made staff very uncomfortable. I almost feel like, I'm sending my own staff to slaughter, if they're required as a part of the job to attend these extremely dangerous circumstances.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with being in lockstep with the governor's recommendations. If that means during high danger that indoor events are canceled, like that makes sense to me. I do think that there's the ability to maintain some social distancing with proper planning at some of these outdoor events. But if we're not seeing those plans, to Elaine's point of creating almost a whole new questionnaire to see what their plan is and how to mitigate that, I'm all for that. And if it's creating additional staff hours for all these different departments, then having an additional COVID fee makes sense to me as well.
And I just want to kind of clarify, I mean, the COVID fees are based on the added expense of having staff present to do mask enforcement and oversee compliance.
Totally.
It's not an arbitrary fee. It's a fee that's
Totally.
relative to the additional costs that we bear to put the event on.
And even that is low considering, I mean, recently the legal and law enforcement support we've had to get involved in 3 recent events. It's been an administrator's time. We're not getting reimbursed for any of that, and it's pulling us away from other things.
Well, I think this is something we need to have something in place. It's something we're not going to be able to figure out tonight, and I think it's going to be fairly complicated, especially if we start to look if we're at high risk, medium risk, low risk, and we have different criterias. And I think it's something that we should definitely work on and get in place as soon as possible. I could see a working group where people who are interested work on it. And but that working group should include the health department, perhaps someone from law enforcement. I would like to see the business community, you know, be part of the process. I don't know if they would, because they're, you know, it's hard. I get it. I mean, I know people that are, you know, but it would be nice to have a well-rounded group come up with some ideas and then bring it to the county to support, to pass the resolution or what. I see that as a way to move forward, because we're not going to figure it out tonight.
And Elaine, I guess remind us of the schedule moving forward. It seems like we're going to have some breathing room to figure this out before we have any more big events.
Yeah, we will. I think I mentioned, I don't know if it was to you or Christina, I really think we ought to, because obviously the event sponsors are putting that information out there. People are, you know, signing up and they're making their reservations for the events. But I think due to the fact that we're in such a high transmission rate, I think that we ought to take the first quarter events and tell them to maybe look at other dates so we can get through because I don't think this is something we can resolve in the next 30 days. I think it's going to take us a while, and I would recommend we just say, okay, you need to reschedule your event. Let's look at the calendar. Here are some options, because we're tracking all of the dates, you know, on our event calendar. And I think first quarter of first year just has to be out. So we have everything buttoned up. We know exactly what we're doing, and then we can proceed second quarter with whatever's planned. I mean, I would feel much better. I know that would be good for OSTA, so that we're all on the same page in planning the events.
And Elaine, remind us, we had talked earlier, but you have approved some dates, but there are no permits approved right now for 2021.
No, what they do is they submit their requested date to the travel council. We check to make sure that there are no other conflicts going on in the community, because obviously we don't want to have all that congestion. You know, before we had all the hotels, we used to try to ensure that we had enough lodging to accommodate everyone. But, you know, it's more now that we don't have, and we're not overextending our law enforcement or our road department. I mean, we try to make sure that we're coordinating all this. So if we've said to them that the date's approved, no permitting has been approved.
Thank you.
That sounds like a path forward.
Yeah, so first quarter would mean through the end of March.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to make sense.
And then get a working group together. I know when we did this earlier last spring, we had groups that were fairly large that we met over at the health district. You know, I don't know if they need to be that large, but what do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too large. Maybe, a representative from the commission, staff, health department, and it's, we're talking about public safety, and I think we want to, make sure that we're not overreacting, but, the circumstances are going to dictate, some of these things. And so that, we're going to have to probably come up with some disclaimer that events are going to have to sign, that makes sure that we get confirmation that they're aware that if they schedule an event, that it's going to be subject to limitations based on risk level. And, and I hope that we can get down to a lower risk level. And that's the objective. And so, and as Brady indicated, he thinks a big part of the reason why surrounding counties are transmission rates are so much higher is because they're not, enforcing or making use of face coverings. And so, the resistance to that is it could seriously affect the economy. And so, I would hope that if the business community wants events to continue and wants the economic activity, that they'll help that way by following the mask covering order, which not all of them are. We're having trouble with some businesses even just refusing to participate in that mandate. And that's frustrating. And so, some of this is on the business community too, in terms of trying to keep these transmission rates down. And we're having trouble that way as well.
Chris, we just designed, and Christina approved it, Orion approved it, and you did, a new graphic that brings into play the governor's, the protocol for high transmission. And we're sending that out to the chamber. We're going to make sure it's in all the locator boards in town, that we've distributed widely throughout the community that talks about, and that's what we've been doing since March. Making sure that the COVID and whatever updates come from the governor's office or our Southeast Utah Health Department, that we're pushing that out to everybody, the visitors and everyone. I would like to recommend that if there, since compliance with COVID and special events, might it be at all possible to have a sheriff, and we hire a sheriff that does all of that compliance, but it comes out of the transient room tax because it is supporting visitation and special events. But I think I would like to request that so that we don't send just a person to write a citation and they can't do anything. I think it would be better, my opinion, it would be better if we had a sheriff working that, and those funds for that person, sheriff came out of the transient room funds.
Well,
I like it for sure.
That's a great idea, Elaine.
Leave the interpretation up to Christina and what she wants to defend. The other side of the transient room tax, not the promotional side, is already maxed out on what they can send to law enforcement.
Right.
That side of the equation, which authorizes us to use transient room tax for law enforcement, is already maxed out. And so, if Christina wants to defend using the promotional side for law enforcement, then we can go that route. But we're already maxed out on the other side of the TRT with regard to, unless we wanted to pull funding from the solid waste district and the museum, there is no more transient room tax.
Right. Well, I'm thinking it could come out of our operational part of our budget, like part of the, I don't know. I have a sheriff's deputy on my payroll, and that's what they do. They go to the events, but they're part of our operations for tourism.
I think it's very defensible where it's essential for us to keep the events safe, and we can call it an investigator.
Right.
Within
but
the tribal council.
Would they still be able to you know, do what a normal sheriff could do?
Oh,
in
yeah.
order-
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He would be a deputized officer.
Yeah.
That would be, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, that becomes part of the, you know, the staff, but yet you've got someone that can do something that legitimizes what we're doing, and not someone out there just writing a paper ticket that means absolutely nothing.
I think that's brilliant. I think that's a great idea, because I can see it. If it was done correctly, it could be defensible.
Yeah, and we'll obviously want to talk with the sheriff. I will say a lot of law enforcement personally do not like mask enforcement. And so we'll need to make sure we find the right person for that job, but hopefully that is a possibility.
So,
I mean, so I think that would be, you know, something that we'd have to add into our budget workshop discussion. Be about 120,000 a year.
Right. And we can talk about more in terms of the taking out the promotional side, but I do think that's defensible.
Okay. Do we have a path forward? I think, yes, Gabriel.
Just to make a couple comments, I would say as a starting point, you know, I think, you know, Evan mentioned indoor events. I mean, I see, especially if we're at high or even in medium, or, you know, I think indoor events is a starting point. It makes a lot of sense to really curb those, if that would be a way to alleviate and open up, and avoid some of the jams and overlaps between events. Because I think it's just those events have, you know, pose a certain higher level of risk. I would say just overall in general too, if Christina and Chris, y'all are, you know, expressing concerns about capacity in this way, and also just sending staff out into really dangerous situations. I just want to say I'm in full support of you know, respecting the capacity that we have and not putting anyone in danger, no matter what it takes. You know, I went to an event this last Sunday, and it was, when I was there, it was outdoor. It was very consciously put on. There was very clearly a voluntary willingness by the entity staging the event to comply and be extremely safe. And in an ideal world, we would have folks running events that had the same level of interest in order to sort of offer their events. And unfortunately, you know, I guess I'm stating the obvious, but unfortunately, that's unfortunately we're having to have this conversation. You know, I think, you know, maybe as a potential option, stepping up the notion of sort of requiring self-enforcement, but in addition to that, potentially ways that event goers who are conscious of the restrictions and their own safety, a way to report events as a way to help us sort of monitor compliance and potentially reduce that burden. Just another thought, but I just want to say that I support, you know, not putting anyone in a dangerous situation for the sake of event organizers that don't want to comply with, you know, basic health standards in this really difficult time.
Thank you for that.
I will echo what Gabriel just said. I will, however, add that in the interest of trying to strike a balance between, you know, allowing events to proceed and erring heavily on the side of keeping staff safe, I would just request that perhaps with the first quarter initiative thing, it seems like the big event of the season, and it is an outdoor event. So I would hope that, you know, like halfway through March, hopefully have things worked out so that that event can still take place. That's it. I was looking on the state website though, and they don't really seem to have a lot of things for events.
No, they don't.
That's kind of ridiculous, but
Yeah, we checked that out when we were drafting the graphic, and we searched and searched and found the same thing.
yeah.
Well, and Brady's explained that to me as the governor expects local jurisdictions to regulate events. And so if it's permitted, we have to assume the county or the city is taking the steps to do it safely. And that's what we're struggling with, how to do that. And Jalen, to your point about half marathon, and I think it's a good one. I would hope, and Elaine weigh in, that we could have a good proposal for you guys by the end of the year. Hopefully, maybe end of January is more realistic, but I think we have to tell everyone in that first quarter that we can't guarantee it.
Exactly. I really think we need to be fair to the event sponsors and tell them now what the strategy is, because they have to move the event, reschedule it. Otherwise they'll have to refund their money. You know, I'm thinking about them because a lot of them, this is their livelihood. This is their business events. And we just have to be able to provide them with enough lead time. So as soon as you can make that decision, the faster the better, but so that we can say, okay, we're pushing events back, even if it's January, February, and those that were in those 2 months need to reschedule at another time. But I think we owe it to them to do that. But we're in a tight spot with the transmission rate. I don't think we can risk our community. I don't think we can risk it.
And that, I think, favors a tight working group. And we can always have, you know, a public process and a public meeting where we're considering the recommendations. But if you want us to move fast, I think we do that most efficiently with a tight working group.
I agree with you, Christina. So maybe one commissioner, either Chris or Mallory, yourself, or Ryan or Brady.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you're interested, Gabe, but since you're on the board of the health department, might be a good liaison also. But you know, I would hope to try to get something certainly by the end of the year for the commission's approval moving forward, so that we can give events some lines and expectations moving into the spring. I don't know that we just outright cancel events, you know, months from now, where we have no idea what's going to be happening. But we can come up with all the contingencies that go with all the different risk levels. And so they'll just have to take the risk. You know, they'll have to say, I have 1,000-person event, and if we high risk, then I'm going to have to either cancel it or curtail it to whatever limits, you know, are established for that risk level. And they'll have to take that risk, you know, if they want to schedule their event. And I think that's just the world that we're living in. That's the reality of it. And if they choose to take that risk, then they'll do it of their own volition.
Yep, I agree with that. So I think the working group that I would propose is Elaine, Orion, Chris, Gabe, Angela Book from OSTA, and Steve White, or another designee of the sheriff's office, and myself.
Well, you got volunteered, Gabe.
Very well.
Thank you for being such a good sport. Thank you. Okay, are we gonna have a path forward? Okay, we can move to our final agenda item, calendar items and public notices. Mallory.
Okay, I'm not sure if you all make this easier or harder for me being the last one on the agenda, but I'll make this fast. Wednesday, November 11th is Veterans Day, so we will be closed. November 17th, we're going to have, it sounds like, a joint budget advisory board and commission meeting ahead of our regular meeting. Something I need to talk more with Chris before I finalize is that our December 1st meeting, the deadline for submitting agenda items would be Wednesday, the 25th, which is the day before Thanksgiving. And then the packet would, in theory, be made on Thanksgiving or the day after. So I'm going to talk with Chris and see if it's possible to send out notice and request that the deadline actually be on Monday, November 23rd, just to make that a little more reasonable for everyone. On November 17th, we will have a public hearing for the fee schedule. And we do have some items in that fee schedule, particularly for OSTA, that are related to COVID. So keep an eye out for those and we can modify them as needed. Whew. And I was going to mention a few special events, but it sounds like those are on everybody's radar. Outdoors, good to go. And I think that is it. How is that for an actual quick item?
That is a very nice, quick item. Thank you. Thank you. It was a very long, but I think effective meeting. We covered a lot of important items, and I appreciate everybody's tenacity and staying with us. And Elaine, I really appreciate your tenacity. You were there from the beginning to the end. And so we have reached the end of our agenda. So if I have no objections, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.